effect of this. Whoops. Nice. This is for that. This thing is for the commissioners as and when they stand.
The Commission resumes. Colonel, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, I understand you have some more questions for the Colonel.
Yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. Before I ask the questions, if I could address the Commission on a separate matter.
Certainly.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I wanted to address the issue that is published in the media yesterday and today about the appeal, or rather the application for leave to appeal launched by the Legal Aid Board or Legal Aid South Africa in respect of the matter of the funding of the arrested and injured minors. And I want to combine my short address on that issue with an answer to your question which you posed when we returned from court, Chairperson, namely whether we have returned permanently or not. At that stage I had said permanently because there were semi-permanently because there were many issues up in the air. I'm glad to announce, Chairperson, that I can assure you that we have returned permanently. And the reason for that is that despite the fact that Legal Aid South Africa has launched an appeal and they filed it, or rather served it on us yesterday, which was the last day for doing so, we have already had some engagements and attended at least one meeting with them, at which I was present, but there have been further engagements with my attorneys. And some of the matters are still under discussions, but we have reason to believe that despite the appeal, that the payment which has been promised to the clients injured and arrested will still be forthcoming. We have reason to believe that firstly, we have instructions to launch an application in terms of Rule 49.11 of the Rules of Court. And the effect of that rule, as you know, Chairperson, would be to say that the judgment can be executed despite the fact that there is an appeal, if that application is successful. And we are optimistic with the discussions we're having with Legal Aid South Africa that application will not be opposed, which will then...
That will mean that the judgment which you have obtained in your favour will not be suspended by the appeal.
Automatically suspended.
Automatically suspended. And the payments that are to be made to your clients will be made at least until the appeal is heard, and if the appeal is successful, of course, they will cease, but they will continue until then.
That's correct. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And I might, on that note, mention that the appeal, the leave to appeal is sought to the Supreme Court of Appeals. So the leave is sought to the SCA. And our instructions are obviously to oppose the application for leave to appeal. But one of the issues that we will be raising therein would be whether or not the appeal should not go directly to the Constitutional Court, seeing that it's predictable that the loser in the SCA would launch a further appeal.
But the Constitutional Court has in the past indicated a number of matters that they prefer, that generally speaking, cases should come to them via the SCA, so they have the benefits of the input and the views
That's correct.
of the SCA on the matter which is
Yes.
the subject of the appeal.
Yes.
So that may well happen anyway.
It may, well, but given what I've already said, we are in no particular hurry. So if
The need for haste is on the other side, not on your side.
that's
In the light of what you've told.
yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. So that's the first matter. In respect of the Commission, is simply an answer that because of what I've said, then our return is permanent. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything else that you wish to announce at this stage?
Yes, well, Chairperson, yes, the other matter regards my role as a shop steward. I was asked to raise the issue of that the Commission happily managed.
Role of shop steward, is this a recently acquired role? The position is that normally we don't sit on the first Monday of the month, which is why we didn't sit yesterday, and we don't sit on the first Wednesday and the third Wednesday. The reason in all three cases is because these chambers are required by the municipality for committee meetings. On that basis, we were not going to sit tomorrow because it's the first Wednesday. We were informed late last week that the chambers would be available tomorrow, and if it was not a source of prejudice to others, we were proposing to sit tomorrow. But we understand that a number of the council involved have made other arrangements on the perfectly understandable basis that the attendance would not be required tomorrow. So in the circumstances, we will not be sitting tomorrow. We will be, in fact, in our chambers reading the transcript and considering the case, the exhibits and so forth. So that they will not be wasted tomorrow, but will not be spent here in the chamber. So I think that addresses the concern that you raised with me in chambers.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Then we can turn to the the last one, Chairperson, is that I'm not responsible for the attire of my clients. So, but I think the
people, this is a free country, they're entitled, provided they're decently clad, they're entitled to wear what they wish.
It's a free country. Thank you, Chairperson. Can I then turn to the kernel, Chairperson?
I haven't did I tell you were under oath? I did. You are under oath, and Mr. Mpofu, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Colonel, good morning.
Good morning, Advocate.
Yeah. I just thought before we continue with the matter that we're busy with, just to ask you just a few issues that I think you and I will agree on, kind of atmospheric issues here. You would agree that, as was confirmed by other witnesses, that this was one of the biggest and most important operations in post-apartheid South Africa?
One of the biggest.
One of possibly the biggest, but there's such a wide spectrum.
Yes.
I mean, we've had many major events.
Okay, let's say of its kind.
Yes.
Thank you. And you'd agree also that of the units that were used there, POP was the most relevant, and that's why you wanted the matter to be POP-led, so to speak.
I'm not sure. POP was an important role player, obviously, and we hoped that being part of the dialogue and then the first part of the force continuum, we hoped it wouldn't go further than that necessarily. But I can't say they were the most important role player. For that matter, I think everybody that was there had a specific role to play. Because if things did escalate towards the endangerment of policemen's lives, high-risk arrests and so on, as I say, there were other units specifically that were going to deal with that had a very important role in their own to deal with that. So, okay. But POP had a major role to play, yes.
Yes, that's sufficient. Yeah. And you'd also agree that at the epicenter of the applicable prescripts for that operation was Regulation 262.
Standing order.
Standing order.
The standing order, I'm sorry, yes, I keep on doing this. Standing order 262.
Our standing order again regulates the POP side of the operation as best possible, but as I say, I've mentioned throughout the Commission already the limitations that I believe were on standing order 262 with regard to a fluid and spontaneous event like we were experiencing there.
Yes, no, I accept that. The fact that you say you needed 262 and more, I accept, but at the crucial stage is that all that would be added upon 262.
Yeah, but I think what I'm saying as well is that 262 is limited in itself, in as much as that it's based very much on the Regulation of Gatherings Act, where we've got a pre-planned event. And 262 prescribes to that type of scenario where you have the time, you have the role players which are coming to the party in essence. Everybody is coming to a point where they want a peaceful gathering or picketing. So 262 is specifically designed for things like that. Like I say, it does have principles embedded as well as a paragraph right at the end which does deal with a more spontaneous type of scenario.
Yeah, okay. We'll come back to that. Now,
Please proceed, Mr.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Now, going back to the matter that you and I were discussing on Friday, you gave an answer that I think both Commissioner Hemraj and myself could not understand, but I'm trying to understand it, so I'll simplify it. Was your answer to the question that I put to you, or did it amount to, among other things, this, that the 100-meter distance that had to be kept, that there was a caveat, it had to be kept at certain times but not at certain times, or at scene 2 but not at scene 1? Is that a fair summation of some of the qualifications that you put?
I think in essence what maybe we were differing from each other was that it was part of the plan to be that way.
Yeah.
And in a phase 1, in a phase 2, where the police could be approached directly from the front, from where the strikers were at the Kopi, it was implemented. But for a phase 3, it was going to be implemented outside of the razor wire, once the razor wire was closed, because the forces had to move out as a group as such, and then they would have staged on the outside.
Out, you mean into the area on the Kopi side of the wire?
That's correct, to the western side, yes. So once moving out of the razor wire, the police safe area, which was to the east, around the razor wire on the north, they would go out to the west and they would actually form up there. The operational commander would form them up, and then from there, as the proceedings would go ahead with the dispersal action, the physical dispersal action, not the verbal warnings thereof, but the moving forward of the POPs, so the gap would start being created again. So I guess what I was trying to say is that in the planning it is so, for how it was planned, but as the event turned out, with the unanticipated approach of the strikers to that very vicinity, the police went into crisis management as such.
Okay, so for whatever reason, good or bad, the reduction of that 100-meter distance to about 10 meters was one of the deviations from the original plan.
Well, I've actually gone and measured that on Google Earth, and looking at the Channel 4 video, and where you can see them more or less positioned in the Channel 4 video. It looks to be about 50 meters from where Mr. Noki starts getting them together to start approaching. But again, I think the evidence leaders would be in a better position to actually allow that study to go ahead. They're impartial and they would actually look more carefully.
Yes.
But from my measurements, it's roughly 50 or more meters from where they actually form up, start with the first crouch and start moving forward towards the kraal.
Yes.
Mr. Mpofu, your question included scene 2, but there was no planning for scene 2.
No, it's been clarified in his answer that it was meant to be kept at all times, except he says scene 2 and scene 3. And really my question was about scene 1, so I'm happy with the answer.
You didn't plan, as I understand it, for scene 2 and scene 3, is that correct?
That's correct. It was part of the initial thrust of the dispersion.
Yes, well, there's actually,
there was no plan.
To stick to our terminology we use, we talk about scene 1 and scene 2, we talk about copy 1, copy 2 and copy 3.
That's correct.
You didn't plan for activity at copy 2 and copy 3. You did, of course, plan for, or scene 2 in the broad sense. You did plan, of course, for phase 2 and phase 3, but that's a different matter.
Yes, I did plan for copy 2, not copy 3.
Yes, thank you.
So scene 2, copy 3 was not part of the actual briefing in the plan.
Yes, I stated it incorrectly. You've corrected it now. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yes, no, I think that was clear from Mr. Chaskalson's cross-examination. There was basically no plan for scene 2. Correct?
No, there was a reorganized plan. In other words, the plan needed to be an impromptu plan made on the ground by the operational commanders based on what they had experienced from behind them as well as what they were witnessing the strikers doing in front of them.
Yeah. Okay.
The plan for scene 2 was to give a discretion to the operational commander to act as he considered appropriate at the time. That's as I understand.
That is correct, Chairperson.
Yes. Yeah. No, in fact, I'm the one who's confusing you. The way the chairperson put it is correct. There was no plan for copy 3. Correct.
Again, as the chairperson said, it would have been at the discretion of the operational commander.
Yeah, thank you. Right, in any event, let's go back to, I can't remember if you agreed or did not agree with me that the reduction of the gap from 100 meters to about 10 meters was a deviation of the original plan, in the sense that the 100-meter distance, all things being equal, should have been kept at that.
Well, I'm not sure. I know you keep going back to the 10. 10 is possibly where the actual shooting took place.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about, I know you referred to the stage where Mr. Noki was kind of organizing the people for the departure. I'm not talking about that stage. I'm talking about the distance at the actual shooting, which is more or less, the evidence leaders have said they'll assist me in measuring it up, but I think it's about 10 meters, 15 meters.
Okay, but as I say, if the TRT line was on the outside and they'd kept a 100-meter gap and the group of militant strikers came towards them in a similar fashion and they'd gone through their force continuum, you may have had a similar result at a 10-meter. So to place the 10-meter as the point, again, I think we're moving out of context from what actually happened at scene 1 compared to what the plan anticipated to happen, where the TRT would have had a clear view of the approach because they would have come past the public order policing line. So, and I'm not in a place to really speak to what the commands were that were given on that day. And I've testified that I do know that some of the commanders below Brigadier Collitz, and I think even Brigadier Collitz himself, had tasked the public order policing vehicles to go out from what we initially saw as incident 2, when Nyala 4 closed off the razor wire. He tasked them to go out and to form a barrier with their vehicles, but around the northern side of the kraal. And that's where they were en route to, because they saw, as we can see in that Channel 4 video, that the strikers were formed up there again before they made their last approach towards that police line. So they were on their way out, and the TRT had obviously run up forward. And I'm sure at some stage we're going to see that video where you can actually see the armoured vehicles rushing forward with the TRT line running up to a position. But at the time that they actually stop, the strikers are, as I say, in my estimation, still at least 50 meters away from them before the strikers then start the approach past the public order policing vehicles.
No, okay. Look, I'm not interested in the strikers at the moment. I'm talking about the gap between POP and TRT, but that's we'll come to that. I'm at pains not to. I hear what you're saying. I don't want to ask you so much about what happened there, because Brigadier Khalid and people like that will testify about that. I'm really trying to talk to you about what was planned. Okay? Now, if you go to L72, the last bullet, Yes. Have you seen it?
Yes.
Yeah. It says the members of POP in the armored vehicles would have a response group of members of the TRT approximately 100 meters to their rear to respond and assist their colleagues should the protesters threaten the members of POP's lives to the point where they could not escape or were forced to exit their armored vehicles. Was that the position as planned? They had to keep the 100-meter distance so that they could protect POP should POP get into any kind of life-threatening situation. Correct?
Yeah, it's as planned for phase 1, the negotiations phase.
Thank you. And if you also go to L138, at the bottom slide on L138, it says there that the TRT members were to, the first bullet of the last small box, were to remain 100 meters behind POP. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. But just to put it in perspective again, now we're speaking of phase 2.
Of phase 2?
Phase 2.
Okay. Look, that's exactly the point. The point of the matter is that until that long answer you gave on Friday, would you agree that the impression that one would get from reading the plan is that the TRT had to maintain this 100-meter distance, or rather that the 100-meter distance would have been sufficient to protect lives?
Again, that was the envisioned plan. That is how I envisioned to obviously minimize any conflict. But I'm not sure I'm the right person to speak to the actual incident of scene 1.
No, fair enough.
Because as we know, POPs was actually moving forward. TRT were running to take up a position. And again, why I defend them is because they were defending what we call the police's safe area. And they couldn't make that defense from the middle of the safe area, trying to protect the people inside that area.
Yes. No, as I say, if I quarrel with that, it will not be with you. Okay. It will be with other people. The only thing I'm at pains to get from you is that, well, on Friday you've already confirmed that the reason for the 100-meter distance is so that if there's a life-threatening situation, there is a lot of reaction time before one can do something. Correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. That's all. And therefore, the reduction of the 100-meter distance by whatever proportion proportionately reduces that reaction time and the ability to do something before a life-threatening situation happens. That's all. Agreed?
Well, I agree in context of the plan, but again,
yes, in the context
I
of
want
the
to get back into the, into incident because it was a different set of circumstances at the incident one.
Okay, thank you very much. And you've said that you can't testify about what orders or instructions were given at that moment, but you'd agree from what we've seen from the videos that when those people ran towards a particular point, they must have been responding to some instruction. They couldn't have all 50 of them thought that they must run to that place.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And that what we've also seen on the video, so apart from the instruction which said you must run to that place, then at least there was also an instruction for basic line. That one we saw.
Yes.
Yes. And when then they cocked their guns, we don't know if there was an instruction for that one, but we know that they cocked their guns.
Well, the firearms should actually have been operationally ready throughout the operation, but different members may carry their firearms in different stages. We call them stages. So, but as I say, your firearm is supposed to be in any operational condition, or should be in an operational condition when you're in the operational environment. So the cocking of weapons is actually very irrelevant in my respect.
Well, it's not irrelevant if you're dead. But
well, I don't know if that's an appropriate comment. What you're saying is the cocking of the firearms, which some people may wish to attribute significance to, is in fact a neutral factor, because you say they should have been cocked actually earlier than they were. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Chairperson. There's supposed to be maybe they didn't get the time to do it, but normally there's an inspection line before you go forward to go into an operation where, amongst others, we would check communications, we would check lights, batteries, so that your torches work, etc., and we would check that your firearms are operationally ready, which means cocked round in the chamber, but unsafe.
So your inference is that they were simply doing what they should have done earlier. Of course, it may be that there was another reason why they did it, but that's something you can't tell us about. We'll have to ask someone who was there.
Yes.
Is that correct?
I can only imagine that their time was maybe limited and they didn't get to the actual full procedure as such. But again, I speak
we'll find out when someone gives evidence.
Yes.
Who was there.
yes. But what we do know is that this oversight is something that had happened to many of them. Because
well, and again, I must just say, I haven't been at the TRT level.
Yeah.
So I talk on behalf of the Special Task Force, but much of our training cascades down to the NIU and to the TRT. They may have different protocols at their level, but in general, that's the way it's supposed to be. You're supposed to be made operationally ready before you actually depart for your operation.
You would agree that this issue of keeping the lines where they should be is a very important part of an operation that may have deadly consequences such as this one, correct?
No.
No.
Because, again, I think you're taking me back to a scene one, which I've explained. It was a different set of circumstances to what was envisioned in the plan.
No, forget scene one. I'm just talking to you in general. Would you agree that in an operation such as this one that might have deadly consequences, one of the key issues is the keeping of the lines where they should be?
Well, look, the keeping of the lines, as I say, once it was envisioned, once POP starts moving forward and they start with the dispersion action, TRT and very closely behind them the NIU and the STF line would follow, although they would be going at a much slower pace, a very slow walk, giving the public order policing members the opportunity to open the gap between them. Because to go out and to actually already stage where you have a 100-meter gap, you would actually in effect be moving your TRT and your NIU lines way north of the very entry-exit point that they came out of, coming from the east to the west on north of the razor wire. So that's why I say the lining up would more than likely, and again it was the operational commander's discretion, so what I'm talking is if I was there, what I would have done, I would have lined them up and about 20 to 30 meters back I would have placed the TRT line, and then simply 20 to 30 meters behind them the NIU STF line. And then when the decision was taken to go forward, I would have allowed the public order policing to move forward with the rest either remaining static or at a very, very slow pace so that the public order could gain the ground forward. And that should have been at least 100 plus meters away from Kopi 2 to the north.
Colonel, please, if you listen to my question, then we'll make a lot of progress. Would you agree or would you not agree that in general, the keeping of the lines in an operation such as this that might have deadly consequences is a crucial and decisive factor?
Well, it is crucial. The line needs to be kept, and that's what they were briefed to do. But the discretion, again, once the operation is underway, is at the discretion of the commander, whether he takes his line closer or not. So, and I've already testified, so I'm not sure how you want me to testify that any clearer. That space was given, as we know, for a less lethal or less violent confrontation, so that the TRT could have the opportunity to warn stun grenades, warning shots if necessary. Again, that's in the planning, and that's for how it should have gone for the dispersal action, the phase 2 of stage 3 on the outside. So I agree in that context,
yes,
that that's how it should have happened.
Thank you. Okay. You so much do you agree that you think that one of the factors that caused the fatalities on the 13th was the fact that the lines were not kept where they should be, correct?
No, because you're going back into the different set of circumstances again. It wasn't envisioned where the operation should take place, and the critical aspect I'm trying to raise is that that was the police's safe area, and that is where they didn't want any, specifically the militant group, moving into as a militant group. Because there were soft assets inside there. There were personnel from the civilian sector, the media, etc., and that was not going to be permissible. So we're out of context of what the plan had planned for.
No. Can I, please, I'm pleading with you, just answer the question. Is your answer that the keeping of the lines...
I'm just saying, I think he is answering the question. But
well,
you
must not answer and then give another long thing about sin 2 and sin 3. I'm not asking about any sin.
If he thinks that the question you ask, to answer it adequately, he has to say, introduce some kind of qualification in respect of scene 2 and so on, I don't think we can stop him. This is his evidence, not ours.
Okay, okay.
But I ask you a question. If he doesn't answer questions, I pull him.
That's fine. Okay,
if I think he's within the permissible bounds of an answer, I won't stop him.
Okay, thank you. Okay, you can go as long as you want.
No, don't abuse that license either. Mr. Puffer's got no right to tell you that. I'm in charge here. If you go as long as you like and you go beyond what I'm prepared to allow you to do, I'll pull you up.
Understand.
Please understand that.
I understand, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Colonel, maybe I should ask you a leading question. Is your evidence, therefore, that the keeping or non-keeping of the lines had no relevance to what happened on the 13th?
13th or the 16th?
13th.
13th?
Yes.
Are you sure we shouldn't be on the 16th?
Did you plan anything for the 13th? Were you there? Were you at Marikana by the time the events of the 13th took place?
No, Chairperson.
Was there, as far as you were aware, and this is going to be hearsay, was there any suggestion of lines being kept and distances being kept in that operation?
Not that I'm aware of, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Then why did you say to Mr. Semenya at page 13694 of the transcript, just through my analysis, I'm reading from line about 18, Chairperson. Just through my analysis of what I suspected happened possibly on the Monday, which is the 13th, was that POPs or TRT members didn't hold the line.
If I can explain that.
Yes.
Is that they didn't stand. Hold the line means hold their line abreast. In other words, and I've read it, I think, in Mr. X's statement now as well, over the weekend, where he admits the policemen were running. They'd left their colleagues. I think Colonel Vermaak mentions it in his statement, watching from the air, how policemen had run away, had broken the lines, and left individuals standing trying to defend. And that is what I'm alluding to there, is that, and this is why I say in my own statement that I'd mentioned on more than one occasion after JOCOM's two lower commanders that it's critical that they hold the line, they keep the line. In other words, when their members are lined up, that they don't turn and run if they are faced, because they will end up leaving individuals behind again who think that they're standing to carry out their duty, only to find that they may be isolated or alone. So they need to work on command. If the command is given to tactically withdraw, then they withdraw, for instance, to the Nyalas. Or if you do withdraw, you need to at least tell the colleagues next to you, this is listen, we need to go, it's too dangerous. But you can't just break the line and run.
Well, I put it to you that that answer is not correct. You were making that statement in relation to what you and I are discussing now, which is the 100-meter distance.
No. There was I wasn't even there, part of the planning on the Monday. What that plan was, I'm not even sure. The 100-meter distance was something I introduced on the Tuesday.
Okay, well, I'll read you. If you still maintain that answer, I'm going to read you the transcript again. And if you still maintain that answer, that the two had nothing to do with each other, then you will say so. Otherwise, we'll move on and I'll add you later. This is the context in which you made the comparison about the TRT and POP line. Mr. Semenya had said to you at 13693, talking about your plan. And where would the TRT unit be placed in relation to that? Colonel Scott, they were to be behind the public order policing line, but as I stated, at least 100 meters back, so that they had time and space to affect their force minimum. Mr. Semenya, and that would give them, as you tell us, an opportunity to give a verbal warning, to use the stun grenades and warning shots to dissuade the strikers from attacking them. Colonel Scott, that's correct. Under paragraph 43, you deal with the background and your consideration in applying lesser trained technical units with live ammunition in protection role throughout the Operation Platinum. Do you see that? Yes. And to tell us what you told the commanders, what did you say to him? And it's only then that you then say, just through my analysis, or what I suspected happened possibly on the Monday, was that the POPs or TRT members didn't hold the line. Can you understand the answer you gave and the context in which it was given?
Still the same answer, because if I'd maybe mentioned didn't hold the lines and then elaborated that they were in different lines, but I wasn't part of it.
A line doesn't mean a distance.
No, it just means...
the 100 meters was a distance between one line of POP people and another line of TRT people. Is that right?
That's true.
The line itself has got nothing to do with distance. The line is simply I'm trying to think of another word for it, but it's a
line abreast of police officials.
Yes.
Yeah, what I'm saying to you is that this discussion was in the context of the slides that I showed you, where you said where the POP line should be in relation to the TRT line, which is 100 meters. Meters are distance, correct?
That's correct.
Thanks. You would agree that, and again I'm talking in general, so please don't tell me about scenes here. You would agree that in general, a plan and its execution, or let's call it implementation, and its implementation are two sides of the same coin. Both must be good, correct?
I can tell you that the reality, and I think the military has a saying that the only plan that goes according to plan after the bullets start flying is an ambush. So there is very, very few plans that once things start happening and live fire is required, that actually still stick to what the initial plan requested. And I can speak to that with many, many years of experience in many different scenarios that I've been in. So you plan for the ideal, you then build contingency plans in case, but you can never cover every base because you cannot anticipate every single move of your opponent. So there does come a place where you need to make impromptu plans on ground or decisions on ground, and that's crisis management. And as I've alluded to, that's why we have a decision-making process called the OODA loop, where you observe, you orientate yourself to what you've observed, you take a decision, and then you act on that decision. And that is a continual loop that's continually going once you're in that crisis management zone, if things have gone wayward. But again, and I've mentioned this in my actual statement, this is why we build a plan with a mission statement, because everybody must understand what the mission is and what the strategic objective is of that mission. So if you go off track, you try to bring it back onto track. And that is what you can see Brigadier Khalid's doing to the best of his ability, at least throughout the process, trying to bring it back, trying to line up the dispersion force again, not knowing, in his words, of what happened at scene 1, for instance. But experiencing that crisis moment of having everybody approach, which was not according to plan, had not been anticipated there, but rather around the area of Kopi 2.
Okay, well, there we go.
That's what Mr. Mpofu was after. I got the impression, the question, if I'm wrong, he'll correct me, I'm sure. Never been one to stand back when he's required to come forward. I understood him to be saying this, that even if you have a good plan, if it's not implemented properly, the result could still be a disaster. So you've got to have a good plan, but you've also got to have good implementation. I think that's all you were saying. Am I right? I wouldn't expect you to disagree.
I do. I understand that, and I agree with that, Chairperson. I just need to put it in context because...
I understand your point is that no plan can be perfect in the sense it can foresee everything is going to happen and plan in advance for everything that happens, because life is full of uncertainties, and this particular kind of operation is a particular illustration of that. I take it that's your point.
Yes.
So you've got to allow some kind of discretion on part of the operational commander. If he sticks rigidly to the plan, even though what was originally foreseen doesn't happen, then there'll also be disaster.
Yes.
Unless, as you say, it's an ambush. And you do know that it is the view of the people I represent that this was an ambush.
So in essence, you're saying we invited the strikers to that very place at the kraal and set up an ambush to kill them at that very point?
Well, normally I wouldn't answer questions, but I'll answer this one. No. What I'm saying is that you foresaw that the strikers were going to use that gap near that kraal, and your police went and lined up there and cocked their guns so that they could shoot them.
Well, I didn't foresee that, and I don't believe any of the members on the ground foresaw that either.
Actually, that's a question which you can't answer the second part of. That's a matter for those who are on the scene. But the part you can answer, I think you have answered. The suggestion was, if I understood the question correctly, I may not have, was that when you planned it, you deliberately set a trap by leaving a gap with the intention that the people concerned should go there and be mown down. But I think that's the suggestion that's been put to you. And what's your answer to that? Am I correct? Is that what's been put?
That's correct, Chairperson. And to be fair to the Colonel, I'm sorry, when I say you, I didn't mean you, Colonel Scott. I mean the people who went there and waited and cocked their guns before the strikers had even emerged from the kraal knew that they were going to come to that gap and they were going to shoot them.
I think he's already indicated that he can't answer that. That's a matter that a question to be put.
Well, I'm answering his question.
On the scene.
No, I was just answering his question.
Insofar as he's in the box and questions are being asked of him and suggestions of ambush are being raised, that's the only aspect that he can deal with.
Yes. No, fair enough, Chairperson.
And then you've got your light on.
No,
I'm just asking, Chair, that we will get a statement of a witness referring to the ambush. We are a year down the line. I haven't seen it.
Well, I take it that's an inference that Mr. Mpofu's clients would seek to draw from the facts that we have before us. You can't, as we discussed this 1 month ago, you can't always have, particularly in the case of circumstantial evidence and inferences therefrom, you obviously can't have a statement making the direct allegation. But anyway, the point's been raised, the witness has answered it, and I think we can move on. But so insofar as you say that certainly any direct allegation, if any direct allegation of that kind is being made, you would expect a statement from a witness making that direct allegation, and the absence of such a statement, your contention is that that can't be put as a direct allegation. Am I summarizing your attitude correct?
Mr. Mpofu is not saying we are going to infer the following. He says that it's their view. I want to be able to test that view with his witnesses.
Yes. Unfortunately, Chairperson, if I may respond. Chairperson, I can understand Mr. Semenya's predicament because he was not here when Mr. Makidiwana testified, and it was Mr. Ngalwana.
I'm sure he studied the transcript.
Well, if he did, then he would have seen that Mr. Makidiwana said in response to Mr. Ngalwana, and I'm paraphrasing, that the police waited for them there and they mowed them down like flies as they emerged there. And that line, 1, 2, what has been confirmed by this witness, that line of people was formed even before they emerged from the side of the kraal. That evidence is before this, and it will be based on evidence such as that. And he said a whole lot of other things, that this was an ambush.
You put the point to the witness.
Thank you.
The witness answered. I suggest we move on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let's move.
Chairperson, maybe just to, if it were the case, all three of the statements I have of the witnesses of Mr. Mpofu all admit to moving through the public order policing non-lethal force, admitting to it happening before they made their final approach or during their final approach, and still moving through that. So I fail to see then how it could be an ambush of the police if the police are trying to repel the very advance of the strikers using all the non-lethal ability at their disposal to get them to move back.
No, what you fail to see is what you fail to see. We have to decide at the end of the day whether it was an ambush or not based on the evidence of those who can give direct evidence or even circumstantial evidence on the point.
And thank you. And that, to your knowledge, the police had foreseen that the protesters would move towards the informal settlement, correct?
No. Not that militant group. Otherwise, there was no purpose of going out to do a dispersion. And again, we had a reason for not wanting the militant group to actually move into the informal settlement either.
This covers an area that was covered to some extent last week. There was quite an important deviation from the plan, as you yourself conceded. Your idea was that the barbed wire should be uncoiled simultaneously from each trailer. And I understood you to say you wanted to do that because if there were gaps, if it was done sequentially, there would be an opportunity for the strikers to move forward towards the settlement, and that was something that you wished to avoid by means of the simultaneous uncoiling. That's what you said last week, as I understood you. Furthermore, you left the gap there. I understood you to indicate that was because that was going to be the portal is the right word, the portal of entry for the members of the TRT and the POP first, TRT later, to move into the area on the Kopi side of the wire to do the disarm, encircle and the disperse, encircle and disarm exercise. I take it you didn't foresee when you drew the plan that gap would be used as a means of exit by some of the strikers on their way to the informal settlement.
Chairperson,
that's right. That's what you said last time.
Yes, but the razor wire line, the primary purpose for that was not the stopping of the protesters moving to Nkaneng. It was the stopping of the protesters moving towards the police and to the soft assets. It was a barrier between the police and the protesters. And then it was I know it's a strange word, but the POPs members use canalize. It was a method to canalize the actual dispersion away from moving towards the east and towards the west. I'm sorry, carry on. So, and initially that morning, as we do know, there was Nyala 6 which was placed out, which was curving towards the west, in essence to keep that if the razor wire had gone out, to keep the protesters then from moving into the Nkaneng settlement for the reasons we thought of possible emotional violence against foreigners and the like, and the difficulty the police will have then following them in to go to try to disarm them amongst the shacks and innocent people and so on. So that was the initial reasoning. When it was changed and the Nyala was brought back towards the east, it initially became more of a defensive environment for the police, with what was perceived then to be a significant threat towards the police. So I never specifically, I knew that those vehicles had to move out there. Brigadier Carlos has actually explained to me in hindsight now afterwards actually how they were going to do it, so I'm reflecting again where he was going to move the vehicles through, which was at that very point at the kraal on the eastern side of the kraal where the shooting took place. He was going to leave a gap there for the public order vehicles to come out of and the rest of the police members to come out of, to actually get to their staging area on the outside, on the western side. So, I'm not sure now if I think I've gone a little bit off point, but
what Mr. Mpofu was putting to you was that you, as I understood him, was that you foresaw, in this, as you've explained, in the course of your planning, that the group, some at least of the strikers, might move forward. Initially, you said towards Inkaneng, the settlement, and you wanted to avoid that, so that was something that was foreseen. And later, it was foreseen that they might advance towards the police. And there had been threats and so forth, which presumably it was foreseen they might be minded to implement. But what he's suggesting to you, and I think your answer is going to be yes, that you did foresee that they might move towards firstly the settlement, and then secondly towards the police.
I did, but I have to also, from my perspective, I was not that knowledgeable about the routes into Nkaneng. And again, my impression of how the plan was supposed to be, that once the police lines had moved out to form that line in front of Nkaneng, and a dispersal warning is given, if people did decide to move through the police ranks, they would have been permitted to do so. Unarmed. In other words, weapons laid down on the opposite side and move through unarmed and move away. That's part of dispersion. Otherwise, they would have been permitted to move off in the directions that they would like to have, away from the police line and away from the razor wire line, obviously, so that they had the freedom of movement to move. And I know there's been a lot of in statements and in reports stating that the police wanted to enclose, but if you actually look at the environment from an aerial photograph, the majority of space, talking about almost up to a 200-degree area, over a 180-degree area, is open for them to move. And not having to come to that specific point is what at least myself is trying to state. So they would have been permitted to move freely, but if they'd approached the police, obviously as a militant group in the same manner, in the crouch walk as we know it, obviously that is now becoming a threat towards police who are standing there trying to deliver their duty with an illegal action coming towards them, because that is a threat. It is an armed protest which is illegal in itself, and the history of that armed protest, which has got its roots back to the Monday and the killings over those days, shows that there's intent within that group to do violence. We don't know if that was the case on the Thursday. Obviously, as I say, we can't be inside the minds of the strikers to know that. But whether it was to provoke the police, I'm not sure. But
well, that's speculation, isn't it?
Yes.
And we're still not clear exactly why they did what they did on the 13th, whether they thought that the stun grenades were live ammunition, whether they were reacting to the tear gas. So they thought the stun grenades were live ammunition. That's something that we don't know yet because we haven't had all that evidence.
Yes.
So we're in the realm of speculation, so perhaps we should avoid that for the moment. But Mr. Mpofu can proceed with his cross-examination. Unless there's something else you want to say first.
I was reflecting on that, and it may be speculation, Chairperson, but there was obviously, again, if I'm viewing it, the conscious decision at some stage made, even on the 13th, that at some point, if the police did something, that they would retaliate to the police. Because there was no meeting taking place to decide, okay, let's attack the police now. And in the same way, why I'm saying that is if you're defending your life because you believe the police are attacking you unfairly, then there's no need to rob the very police officials that you've attacked and killed.
Those are matters that we'll have to explore later. But that's argument, I think. But you can't help us on the 13th, really,
yes,
except by drawing inferences from the facts as we have them, and we haven't got all the facts yet. So perhaps we should leave that for the moment. Mr. Mpofu, would you like to carry on? Or
yes,
would you like a comfort break at this point?
Yeah, no, Chairperson, if I can maybe just try for the last time to get an answer. I don't know how we got to the 13th. All I wanted to, from you, Colonel, is whether you agree with me or not that the advance or approach of the strikers towards the informal settlement was foreseen, and so foreseen that it was something that you wanted to prevent for whatever reason. So whether they were going to go there to drink water or to attack people, but you wanted to prevent them from going to the informal settlement, correct?
what was foreseen, and what was foreseen is that the militant group and others possibly are going to stay behind after the dispersion warning is given, but that a majority we hoped would move off, not wanting any conflict with the police. But of course we had to foresee that a group would remain behind to be defiant of what the police were requesting. And again, if I refer to the statements even of Mr. Matunjwa and so on, where his final words were to them, they need to leave for they are going to be killed. I don't know how he made that deduction, but that's what he says. And all of them in the statements I have are stating, but we're not going to leave. So I'm not sure, according to the statement then, to where the decision was suddenly taken. This is why I'm also stating that a decision that's taken from the time Mr. Matunjwa leaves, which is minutes, when the razor wire starts getting rolled out, to the place where the strikers now decide to approach the police line, after telling Mr. Matunjwa defiantly that they were prepared to die, they are not going to leave. I find it difficult, as you stating and wanting me to admit to, that they were just on their way to Nkaneng.
I believe that at the moment. I'm sorry. That's speculation, really, which we will have to draw inferences in due course when we have all the evidence. But Mr. Mpofu, as I understand it, is not busy with that. He's busy with something else. He's trying to get you to concede, if it would be an appropriate concession, that what was foreseen was that the group, or some of the group, might wish to proceed straight towards Nkaneng. He puts it in the basis either to drink water or to attack people. If it was only to drink water, I'm sure he wouldn't have tried to stop them. But what he is asking you, a simple question, was it foreseen that the group might well, or some of the group I suppose, might well move forward towards Nkaneng? Is that your question, Mr.
That is it, my Chairperson.
And obviously it's we're not interested in what you foresaw at 3:45 that afternoon. It's just what you foresaw when you were at the drawing board working out your plan and developing the concept of it and so forth.
I think it was mentioned in the last long answer I gave, but it was not foreseen that the defiant ones would go. That it was foreseen that they would remain, and that only those that didn't want conflict were going to actually depart peacefully on their own, not in formed up groups, but on their own to walk away, as is experienced in any other dispersion action from the police.
I'll ask you a follow-up question on that. Mr. Mpofu, I trust will forgive me. If they had put down their weapons, this group, and walked forward through the POP line, past the TRT people, towards Nkaneng, would you have let them do so?
If I was the person on the ground, Chairperson, I would have possibly put up a filtering line where I would have tried to speak to them. I would have quickly tried to put something up to speak to them and just say to them, hang on, I see you unarmed. Can we just make sure and search you as you come through as a matter of protocol, just to make sure that you're not carrying any concealed weapons. But I would have tried to do something like that.
I understand that. So we're really talking about the planning stage, because you can't talk about what happened at 3:45 and thereafter that afternoon. But on the planning stage, it seems from what you're saying is that if people had walked forward without weapons, they'd have been allowed through to Nkaneng.
Through a filtering line.
Well, now, obviously, from what you tell us, the objection was they had weapons. And I think you also said there was, of course, the fear on the part of the police that they were implementing the threats that had been made earlier, and they were actually moving forward to attack the police. But let's leave that out of the equation for the moment. Of course, they weren't. So there certainly was a concern they had weapons, and the plan did not envisage them marching through towards the settlement still armed. Is that correct?
It wasn't just the armed, Chairperson. I think it was also just the actual visual organisation, if one would, of this group. It wasn't normal.
Yes, but the two, of course, went together. It was because they were armed that the organisation became relevant, isn't it?
Yes.
Isn't it so? Now, what we have to accept, of course, is they hadn't yet been given a warning. They weren't told, you can come through here to Nkaneng, but you can't come through with your weapons. If you want to come through with your weapons, that's out. But if you leave your weapons, you can come through. They weren't told that, and I know the reason, because you hadn't yet got to the warning stage, but as a fact, we know the warning wasn't yet given.
Yes, that's correct.
that helps you or hurts you, Mr. Mpofu?
It helps, Chairperson. But what we also do know is that at that time when such a warning might have been given, a similar warning was given to the media to go away, correct?
A similar warning, I know Captain Dennis Adria spoke to the media. I think it's also in one of the videos. It may be in one of the videos where you actually hear them telling the media go back or go away. But that's not trying to have media not film. That's them concerned for the safety of the media.
Yes, no, fair enough. All I'm saying is that is a communication to human beings to do something or to refrain from doing something. When it says media go away. Correct?
It's a communication to human beings, yes, I agree with you, yes.
These other human beings who were coming were not also told, put down your weapons if you want to pass here, or some similar human communication.
Mr. Mpofu, the problem is this witness wasn't there at the time. He
was here when the video was played.
He can't comment on that. That's something you must ask one of the persons who was there, perhaps Brigadier College, when he gives evidence.
Yeah.
This witness can't help us on that.
Thank you. Thank you,
And of course, there may be reasons why that wasn't said, but those are matters that you and I and the Colonel can only speculate on, and our speculation isn't going to be very helpful at this stage.
Yes.
I speak for myself, I can't speak for
No, you're quite right, Chairperson, and that's why I didn't ask him why it was not done. All I was asking, he was here when the video was played, and I thought it was common cause that no such warning as you've just elicited from him was given. I'm just extracting that fact, not why or why not.
We know no such warning was given, so let's
Thank you.
move on.
Thank you, Chairperson. Fine, no, it's a matter of argument. Yeah. I put it to you that let me put it this way. Thank you. When the chairperson asked, or rather assisted me with the question, and then you gave the long answer, would it be fair to say that as one of the summaries of that answer is that you are saying that the people that you foresaw going to the settlement were the harmless ones? In other words, you foresaw not what you call the dangerous ones, but the harmless ones going towards Nkaneng.
Perhaps the non-militants would be appropriate.
And harmless, correct?
Well, the non-militant ones presumably would be harmless. Do you agree with the proposition being put to you? This is now at the stage of what you foresaw when you were doing the plan, that when the warning was given, of course we hadn't reached that stage yet, but when the warning was given, the non-militant ones, what Mr. Mpofu calls the harmless ones, might well go minus weapons towards Nkaneng. But the militant ones, I think you said, you foresaw would stay, and they were the ones who would be then be the subjects, if that's the right word, of the disperse, encircle and disarm exercise. Is that right?
Yes, the militant ones and possibly a smaller group, or not a group like the militant ones, but some that were maybe defiant as well, that remain maybe in support of the militant ones. So,
we know that you only had arrangements for 170 cells. So you didn't expect to arrest all 3,000. In fact, you intended to arrest, or envisaged that you might well arrest a relatively small fraction of those who were there. And even the militant group, according to the evidence you've given, was of the order of 300 to 400. So you didn't even intend, or perhaps intend's the wrong word, envisage arresting all the militant group. Is that right?
No, Chairperson. But again, I think we just need to break it up. Dispersion is not necessarily then the arresting part of it. So again, with the dispersion action, you'd find that even if there were some supporters to the militant group remaining behind, when the POPs dispersion happens, they would quite quickly, I was hoping, lose faith in their support and move off, and that is initially what we wanted. I didn't foresee necessarily that militant group was going to do that. As I gave the three options of what I thought they may do, but I thought that they were going to be defiant to some degree from the worst, and to moving away to just try to be defiant by regrouping in the open ground as the latter. But the other ones moving off, as we actually did see happening, where they in 2s and 3s and maybe even up to 5s and going off, not being interested in actually what's going on anymore. So those ones are, as I say, there are those that would have left on the warning. There were those that would have left just out of the visual stimulus from what we actually did see, of seeing that here comes the razor wire, and they decided we don't want to be part of this. If the police had lined up and a verbal warning was given, which would have actually also told them what the issue was, what was going to happen if they didn't disperse within a certain amount of time, be 15 or 20 minutes, and then they would have had the opportunity for a decision-making process, and those that didn't want to be part of it again would have left. And then, of course, the non-lethal force continuum of POPs would also have chased away those that didn't want to be there. But again, the arrests then would have been made of those that were kept on scene, or possibly that retried to form up to the west and regroup on the west. That arrest would have been made to, disarming and arrest made of those groups. But again, like you're saying, I think the number of cells that one is talking about here is also just the restriction because of what the 4 police stations could handle. But it is so that I don't think we envisioned that there would be that many arrests actually made.
Colonel, did you foresee that in the dispersal of militant or the non-militant persons, that in the dispersal they would go towards the police line, towards Nkaneng?
No, ma'am. In the warning phase, if the police line was formed up, I considered that they would probably walk around the police line and go into Nkaneng, more to the north, as we saw many of them did after the shooting, to avoid the police line itself. And I say that again because even if a man is carrying a knopkiri, or what we would consider traditional weapons, my previous experiences are that they're not just going to hand that over to the police. It's something which is normally personal to them and so on. So they would have probably moved around, walked around the police line to gain entry. So I didn't see them approaching the police line as such, trying to move through.
All right.
We think we have we think we understand what you want to put. Let's see whether our understanding is correct.
Yes, thank you, Jefferson. Well, maybe yes, to short-circuit it, I'm just going to put a proposition to you regarding this, and then say why I'm putting it to you. I'll put to you that the advance of the people towards the informal settlement was foreseen, and that what was foreseen was not the advance of the harmless ones, but an advance that included the so-called militant ones from whom protection might be needed. What's your comment to that, to those two propositions? That it was foreseen and of people from whom protection might be required.
I think I've actually answered that to the degree that it was foreseen that the ones who didn't want conflict with police would move off, and that being the non-militant ones.
In the opposite proposition to you as well, so he says he also foresaw, I don't know whether also is his word, it's mine, also foresaw that the militant group might well advance towards the police as well.
Advance towards the police?
No, not towards the police, Jefferson, sir. Towards the informal sector.
You're quite right. The police were in the way. Advance towards Nkaneng.
I anticipated only that the militant group would advance towards the POP line as a worst-case scenario, around the vicinity where they were, that when POPs got close enough to them that we may have a similar situation as we experienced on Monday, but not that they would advance to Nkaneng itself. Okay. And as I say, at that stage, and maybe just to give the reasoning is, I was of the impression that many of them had come from Career Hostel, not knowing that they'd actually moved towards that environment to go to K3 Shaft on the Monday. I thought they were coming from Career Hostel to the Kopi.
Well, Colonel, I put it to you that that answer is also incorrect, because if that was true, you wouldn't have said, as you say, at L139, the first of the two boxes there, and the last small box within that, bullet 3, where you say the northern Nyala was to angle slightly towards the west to assist in protecting a possible advance towards the informal settlement. That statement carries with it two things. One is that there was a possible advance to the informal settlement, and the fact that it needed to be protected. Do you accept that?
That it needed to be protected, yes. But again, like I'm stating, that the police line would then, in my view, would have been approached, which would have been between them and the informal settlement. So the razor wire was also there.
No.
I see what you're saying. This is still the early morning when the razor wire is...
That's fine. At whatever stage, Colonel, I'm saying you foresaw that the people will want to advance to Nkaneng, and that something had to be done to protect.
Mr. Mpofu, you're over-egging the pudding now. What he says is a possible advance. So if you put it in the...
Yes, that means foresight.
If you put it in the basis, not that they would want, but they might well want, then your proposition is in line with what appears here in slide 139. So don't over-egg the pudding.
Fair enough, Chairperson. Okay.
So you understand the point being made. It stated quite clearly here that it was foreseen that there might be a possible advance towards the informal settlement, something that you didn't want. Therefore, you put in place protection against it.
Yes.
The protection against it was the angling slightly towards the west of the northern Inyala. The answer to that must be yes.
Yes,
okay. So that's what you want, Mr. President.
That's all, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Advocate Hemraj wants to ask a question on this point.
When you use the word advance, are you using it as a dispersal, as part of the dispersal?
I'm trying to reflect back there, because it is a stage 2 deployment.
It's in the context of stage 2 in Exhibit L.
Yes.
Because if you look at slide 135, it's clear that this was admittedly this was reverse engineered, but
yes.
It's fine. But what you say is that this was under the heading of stage 2 deployment. This was your endeavour to recapture, as it were,
yes.
what the concept was at the time. So it was stage 2.
Yes.
And the question is whether by that phrase, a possible advance, you meant... What precisely you meant by that?
Chairperson, if you go to the 4th bullet, it says, in stage 2, deploying the barbed wire is a contingency action and is done on command, the operational command. In other words, a contingency action meaning that imminent violence is anticipated. The group may be standing up to mobilize to a key point or to a target somewhere, and that razor wire would be there to protect the police. And at that stage, my anticipation was as well to prevent them then from going into the Nkaneng settlement.
Well, you see, the word possible indicates it wasn't a certainty.
Yes.
The contingency action means it's something that's foreseen as something which may happen, will not necessarily happen, but which may happen. You don't want it to happen, so you make sure it doesn't happen, you put something in place. That's what that's all about.
Yes,
so it seems clear, does it not, that you did foresee as a reasonable possibility that might happen, and you didn't want it to happen, and therefore you planned to prevent it.
Yes.
If it did happen.
Yes.
Is that right? Now, the question, though, is, which I'm still not quite sure what you mean by, what exactly do you mean by advance? You just mean intention to disperse to Nkaneng, or did you have something else in mind?
No, this was seen in the light of, again, if the wire deploys, it's because there's a very valid reason for it deploying. And our concerns were, whether they are valid or not, was the consideration of innocent people inside Nkaneng. Because if the wire was going to be deployed here, it was because of an imminent violent threat, or that violence was breaking out. And we didn't want that violence to spill over into Nkaneng. Again, I still don't know today, but I'm quite sure there must be foreign nationals inside and the like, and that we wanted to prohibit from going actually into the township or the little settlement itself.
Yeah, thank you.
So the word advance does not include a dispersal?
No.
Yes, thank you. That's exactly what I suspected. In other words, the phrase protecting a possible advance meant stopping people who might be inclined towards violence, moving towards...
I think he said that. What he means is Stopping
He's just
people
said yes.
is stopping. Yes, he does. He's already said that. Stopping people who are intent on mischief, who might well be intent on mischief.
Yes.
Non-mischievous people there wasn't a problem with, but those who might be up to mischief,
Correct.
they wanted to stop.
Yeah.
We now have his evidence on that point.
Thank you.
In
In other
other
words,
words,
not
to the next point.
Not the harmless ones. Yeah. Thank you. Okay.
Chair, Chairperson, because, again, this isn't planned to the detail that, but once that razor wire in a stage 2 is deployed because of a contingency, because of an anticipated threat, the police wouldn't have just deployed that wire. The operational commander, again, would have had the discretion to see what is going on and, if necessary, to take other defensive actions again, considering what's going on. If they saw the crowd, therefore, move towards the west, there would have been assets sent out ahead of the crowd to certain key points to start isolating, for instance. So it doesn't stop there, just with the deployment of a razor wire, for instance.
Yes.
Mr. Mpofu, when we get to a suitable stage, we can take the tea adjournments, but I give you the right to decide when that will be, based upon your cross-examination as you prepared it.
I will not abuse the right, Chairperson.
I wouldn't expect you to.
Thank you. I just want to round off this point, Colonel, so that when we come back from tea, we start on a new topic. Yes, this is. I just want to, maybe we'll deal with it when we get back. But would you agree with me that there isn't this Chinese wall or total separation between stage 2 and stage 3? That stage 2 was actually and stage 3 are merged in the sense that stage 2 is a pre-positioning for stage 3. Would you agree with that?
It wasn't stage 2's primary purpose. Primary purpose was to dissuade violent action, and so. But it was you're quite correct in saying it was a part of a pre-positioning. Not all forces had been brought in yet, but it was part of a pre-positioning. Yes.
Yes, and for example, on that page where you are at slide 140, at the bottom slide, where you say STF and NIU right at the bottom, will respond to situations where lives are imminently threatened to assist or protect the police forces and so on. Those threatenings of lives and so on would happen in stage 3, but you are already planning for them in stage 2.
No,
correct?
this is only a stage 2 document which is on screen now.
No, I accept that, Colonel.
Yeah.
I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. I'm saying that in your stage 2 documents, some of the issues you're dealing with was issues that might happen in stage 3, such as threats to lives, attacks on people, and so on, correct?
Well, some of the issues, like you're rightly stating, are generic throughout.
That's correct.
So TRT being placed even in a phase 1 had a similar role from phase 1 right through to phase 3, just with extra duties in stage 3 which became more primary.
Yeah. Thank you. That's exactly the point I'm making, that we can't just say, when we're talking about life-threatening situations, no, that was stage 2. Some of the issues were continuous throughout the stages, correct?
You must maybe just be more specific on the issues before I agree to that.
Okay, I'll leave it for argument. Thank you, Chairperson. We might take the break.
We'll take the tea adjournment to the stage then. Commission resumes. Colonel, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Told me in chambers that there was a question in relation to the precise extent and location of the neutral area.
Yes,
I see there are. You drew my attention to the fact there are coordinates on the various slides in Exhibit L.
Yes, around 130 something.
And perhaps you and the evidence leaders, perhaps you could tell us about that. Put that on.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, yes, I started some cross-examination on Friday around the exact location of the neutral area, which I was intending to come back to that topic. But I've also seen that, I noticed yesterday that in slides around 135 to 136, 137, actually, 136 onwards, there are bearings that are given south 25 degrees and so on of the neutral area. For example, slide 137, 1, 2, 3, 4, the fourth box says neutral area, and then central point is S 25 degrees, 40 inches, and so on. Yeah. But so the arrangement that I've made with the evidence leaders that at some stage those exact measurements will be checked, and we will then submit probably on an agreed basis with SABs that submit to the Commission the locations.
Yes, so all we get in those slides is the central point of the neutral area, but I'm quite sure that by agreement with the SAPS, the evidence leaders and yourself, it should be possible for us to be informed precisely what the boundaries of this neutral area were. I'm sure you agree with that, Mr. Semenya. So that will save us a bit of time.
Thank you. Colonel, just apropos this question, can I just confirm with you that the neutral area is a static place? The neutral area is the neutral area?
Yes, it's a static area.
It doesn't change according to who's doing what at what time, correct? It's
written into public order policing SOPs and so on. So as crowds move, if a crowd starts moving, in essence the neutral area is just an area which is reflected in the environment the police occupies, which is between your strikers or gatherers or opponents and critical key points on the opposite side. So it can quite easily move if your strikers may move, etc. But in essence, that's why I said there's no necessary boundary unless you would be in a city context where you may say we're occupying this piece of ground because there's a building forming a barrier on the left and a building forming a barrier on the right, so we consider this in the police neutral area.
But I think, Colonel, you're not answering the point. For the purposes of our discussion, the neutral area to which you have referred, which is defined in the documents we have and so on, that remains static. I understand in the normal situation with crowds move around and so on, the neutral area moves. But in this particular case, you had a particular neutral area which you wanted demarcated, and we could ascertain with absolute accuracy what that area was. It's not necessary for evidence on it. It should be able to be the subject of an agreement between SAPS, evidence leaders, and Mr. Mpofu. Is that correct?
It can be probably ascertained, Chairperson, but I can maybe already state that at no time did I give it any specific boundaries other than the front boundary. So I don't know if there would have been...
The front boundary is the one between the police and the strikers. And so that's the relevant one.
Yes.
How far it went behind is probably not relevant. It's the front boundary, the frontier, as it were, that counts. Is that right? And that we can determine with accuracy.
Pretty much so, on the actual placement of the Nyala line.
Yes, that's right.
Yes.
But okay.
I'm sorry to cut you. But all I was saying is that as the person who did the plan and these slides, when you gave these bearings, it was in relation to a neutral point that is ascertainable. Correct?
Yeah, that's why it's given as a central point and not as a boundary to the left, to the right, to the front, or to the back. It's given this is the central point of the neutral area.
My question relates to the boundary can be ascertained. that particular boundary?
That's why I say it's a bit ambiguous, Chairperson, because you weren't within a city context to say.
No, I say, but here at Marikana on that day, we know we will be able to work out accurately where the boundary was.
One would be able to use using
that's all I want
police line.
Thank you. Yeah, no, that's all. Thank you, Colonel. And would it be fair to say that one of the things about the neutral area is that members of the public or protesters would not be allowed in it, correct?
No, an organized group, for instance, that is in essence the purpose of a neutral area. It's neutral because the police are neutral, because they're trying to protect something which they deem to be on the opposite side from a possible threat to be on the other side. So at this stage, if people were moving through the police area not as an organized group, that would be fine. You could come and go, move as you would like, but if the police at any stage perceived a threat, in essence what I'm trying to say is a neutral area is created because if you take the police out the equation, you have a group of people who could pose a possible threat with a key point on the opposite side. And in public order procedures, the police would then, if need be, move the group of people away from the key point and create a neutral area which they themselves become the neutral force to protect the key point from the protesting group, for instance. So this is why I'm saying I'm not sure that it's ever given demarcated boundaries as such. It's seen as a piece of ground occupied by the police to keep a protesting group away from possible key points.
In this case, the boundary was the wire, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. In military terms, you draw a distinction between neutrals and belligerents. So people who weren't belligerents, in the technical sense, who were neutral, who were harmless, I think, as Mr. Mpofu put it, they would have been allowed passage through that area as long as they remain neutral.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. That's exactly why I was asking you about its qualities rather than its boundaries as such. The point really that I'm driving at is this, that it was known to you and to the police who were there that throughout the day, from the video evidence, the protesters were moving towards the copy and away from it, utilizing that road or path in front of the kraal, correct?
It is so, but to state, to my knowledge, they were coming from many directions, but like you say, on that path, it seems to be quite a
popular,
yes.
Yes, thank you. And indeed, when after Mr. Matunja's departure, many of the people used that same popular path in front of the kraal.
I don't know the witness knows that. You and the doc.
He does.
Well, let's find out. Do you know what... This is a matter that can be dealt with by the witnesses. I'm not stopping the topic, as it were. But do you know from your own knowledge the answer to the question you've been asked?
Only in hindsight, Chairperson.
Only through hearsay? Only through hearsay?
No, in hindsight, through looking at photographs.
Yeah, right.
I can see that in photographs.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly where I was going. Can you go to slides 191 and 193? Actually, in 193, your caption says it all. You say the protesters' organized group remain with others on the copies while a number of protesters are departing. And your point is directly in front of the kraal at that path, correct? The white arrow.
That's correct.
And that white arrow might as well have been depicting the general area where the other people were killed and injured, correct?
Look, it wasn't intended to depict that.
No.
It was intended to depict the people walking on the ground there.
Yes, sir, I know that. And I know that no one had been killed at this stage. I'm saying that arrow that depicts the people departing using that path is in the area where the people died and were killed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question about that? There are various colours on this: yellow, red, and white. Now, the caption says, "Protester, quote, organised group, unquote, remain with others on the koppies while a number of protesters are departing." Now, and there's a red circle around the group and a red arrow pointing to it. Is that intended to indicate the organised group?
That's intended, yes. It sort of runs in perception of danger, Chairperson.
And then
red, orange and white. White being neutral, walking away. Orange being possible to disperse if the dispersion action carries on with the warning and the pops less than lethal. And the red being the anticipated group that would be a problematic group.
Good. So the place with the white arrow where the harmless people were walking towards Nkaneng is the same place where the so-called militant group was killed, correct?
I think I've answered that on the last question, yes.
Yes, thank you. And you and I have already agreed that that was the popular route which was being used to and from Kaneng on that day, correct?
Put that answer on record already.
What I want really is your comment on Mr. Makidwana's evidence was exactly that that route which they were taking to Nkaneng, and which was first of all closed off by Nyala 4, is exactly the same place that they were accessing when they went around the kraal for the same purpose as the people on that white line were doing, namely to go towards Nkaneng. Do you have any comment?
It's Mr. Magidwana's testimony, so I don't know if I can comment on what he's saying unless...
It's your function to comment on it.
Well, you made it your function to say that you did not believe that they were going to Nkaneng. That's the only reason I was asking you.
That's not for argument later.
Well, Chairperson, I've now shown him evidence that it was used. The fact that he said it last week in a different context with respect has got nothing to do with the fact that I'm asking him now in the light of what I've just shown him.
I've already made it clear to him that what his views on the matter are his views, but we have to decide at the end of the day, and we will do so on the basis of the evidence and the arguments.
Would you agree? Yeah. Would you agree that? Would you agree that, from the point of view of a person who had been sitting there all day and seeing people going up and down that path, that walking up and down that path was something that, in their view, was...
That's a matter that can be dealt with in argument, can be dealt with evidence of witnesses who were there. I'm not prepared to allow that question to be put to him because his answer's not going to take it any further. One way or the other.
If I can just bear with me this slide that's 2054. I think it's Triple J 18.8. Yes, Triple J 18.8, page 2055. 1118. Triple J 118. Thank you, Chairman.
What is the document that you're referring to, Mr. Holt?
Triple J 118, I'm told, Chairperson.
Yes, what?
The document, I don't know how to identify
Document
it.
that was shown to the work session.
Yeah, within that is
Pretoria.
it's page 2055, if that makes any difference.
This is the document that was taken to the work session in Pretoria
Yes,
and
but
shown to them.
the slides-
And it was an early edition of Exhibit L, a preliminary
Yes, that's correct.
edition. If that's what it is, let us see the relevant page.
Chairperson, I think it may not be. This is a document, that document you referred to now has HQ. The one that was...
This isn't the HQ document.
No, this is if I'm not mistaken, this is a document which Colonel Visser took the day of the 16th out and is going to, if we just see it, I'll know now, but he took the inputs, the narratives of what the groups had come back with and started placing it into the day of the 16th.
I'm told that HQ is 199. So this is an earlier one. Anyway, let's look at the page that Mr. Mpofu wants to refer to, and then he can put his question and you can then answer him. Page that you want, Mr. Mpofu? You did tell us.
2055. It's the if you've got the right presentation, it's after the slide that says detailed sequence of events. The evidence leaders are trying to help me to identify it better, Chairperson.
We'll give him an exhibit number.
Yeah, it's 118. Yes, the next slide no, that one.
Doesn't look like the page the slide you're looking for.
For, we'll say, Thursday, 16th August 2012, 1543.
Substantially further on than the one we're looking at the moment.
Yes, 1543.
Protested.
1543, you say?
Yes.
Sending out.
Can that be found, please?
Yeah.
Slide 36. Thank you, Mr. Chaskasa.
It's black. 1543.
Yes.
This looks like slide 191 of Exhibit L.
That's correct, except for one little difference.
It's at the top in the narrative.
That's correct.
These words were there, which were not later kept in Exhibit L. Quote, people not wanting to be involved in confrontation moving away, unquote.
Yeah, that's correct, Chairperson.
Something that Colonel Visser added when he was collecting these slides together. Is that part of the narrative that he added based upon information he received at Roots?
I was dealing with the photographs, Chairperson. It's possible that I would have done it, but a good way to check is just to go back into older presentations to see if that was there.
It doesn't matter really. The question is, that information that's no longer in Exhibit L, quote, people not wanting to be involved in confrontation moving away, was that based upon information received at Roots?
I can't actually speak to that. If it was me, and it probably was, I would have been looking at the people on the ground that are not on the corpies anymore, and that the crowd has actually thinned out significantly. So if I did make that deduction, and I'm saying it probably is, it's just difficult to specifically pinpoint it, that would have been the rationale behind doing that.
Well, I'm told, and if I'm wrong, I won't take responsibility. I'll blame it on Mr. Cheskasen. That has the answer to the chairperson's question has to be yes, because that slide was manufactured. Well, I don't mean it negatively. Was generated on the 1st of September.
All right.
You agree?
Well,
in that case, would you then agree that?
Yes.
The presentation was given on the 1st of September, and the simple question was merely that at some stage that is the information that was given either to you or Officer.
Yes, or it's possibly a deduction that I made, as I say, looking at the photograph.
Well, that follows from the words thinning out. The protested group isn't good English, but what was meant is what we see in Exhibit L. A protest group starts thinning out before mobilizing. So the thinning out is what we see, in other words, people leaving it.
Yes.
The group becomes, if one can use the metaphor, thinner after a number of people have left. And the only inference that one can draw in the circumstances is that those who left because they didn't want to be involved with what was happening or was going to happen.
Yes, and as Mr. Chaskelson pointed out, I wasn't aware of it at this time, but Nyala 1 has actually started with its deployment. It seems to have moved about 10 to 20 meters of deploying its razor wire already as well.
Yeah, well, thank you.
That strengthens the point that when some people at least saw what was happening, that razor wire was being uncoiled, they decided this is not for them, and they went and they started to leave. Is that right?
Yes, Chairperson.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah. My point is simply that the place where the people were killed is a place where, by one of the descriptions of the police, the people who were using that path were people who did not want to be involved in confrontation. Correct?
It's true, but
yes.
If you even look at the picture, you can see the amount of people that are not using that path that are still walking towards the north.
Yeah.
So I think it's maybe a one-sided view to say that people are only walking on that path. We can see probably even more people that are moving just from the Koppies and moving to a more northwards environment.
Mr. Mpofu isn't saying that, putting on the basis that only people are only going there. But it's one of the routes that was being followed. That's the point, isn't it?
Thank you. And it's one of the routes that were being followed by people who did not want to get involved in confrontation.
Yes.
Correct? Yes. And I know you were not there, so if you would favor me with an answer, I'll be happy, but if you don't, then we'll move on. From what you've seen, or what you've been told, would it be fair that had it not been for the blocking of that path by Nyala 4, then the Noki group was following that same path of the people who didn't want to be involved in confrontation, correct?
They were moving in that direction, that I can say. I'm not sure if they were moving on the path or just to the north of the path, but they were moving in the direction of the kraal.
Thank you. If I may move to something new, a completely new topic. And please, I just want you to understand where I'm going with this. I want to talk to you about what I would call the philosophical basis or assumptions that underpinned the plan. Would it be correct that one of those was that this plan of phase 3, at least, or stage 3, would only be rolled out if the negotiations, or when the negotiations had failed?
That was my interpretation and my perception, yes.
Yes, no, I'm saying...
You were the main planner.
Yeah.
That was your approach.
That was my approach.
Your plan was the last resort. If they voluntarily put their arms down and left, then your plan would never have to be put into operation.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Yes. And another underpinning assumption was that the militant group would refuse to leave the copy, correct?
It was anticipated. As I say, I've explained that before, that we have hope and we have what we need to anticipate. So although we hoped it would be resolved even through dialogue, we had to anticipate that through what they'd shown us in their history may come to the forefront again, and we needed to plan in accordance with what we could expect in that possibly happening again.
Yeah, but that can't be correct. What history? They had never been in this situation before.
The history from the Monday, with the conflict that the police experienced with them on the Monday.
Do you accept, Colonel, that on the Monday, that the Monday was an isolated incident where the police fired tear gas and stun grenades first?
I'm not sure how you see it as an isolated incident. It is an incident still dealing with the same group of people. And the fact that the police exercised the tactical option, a non-lethal tactical option, was what I had planned here also, to have a non-lethal tactical option. And if there was going to be a retaliation like was experienced on Monday to the tactical option, obviously we needed to have a contingency plan in place for that.
So you agree that Monday would only be relevant in a situation where the police attack first?
I'm not sure how you see the police attacked.
Well, you and I have agreed that on Monday the situation had started with the police attacking first, shooting tear gas and stun grenades.
The police trying to enforce the law.
That's an accurate way of putting it. Depends what you mean by attacked.
Well,
I mean, it was scope for misunderstanding, perhaps, when stun grenades were used, and it was thought that live ammunition was used. Whether stun grenades as such and tear gas constitute an attack is a matter for debate, which I don't think we should get involved in.
Okay.
But perhaps you can I think I know what you're trying to put to the witness. Perhaps you can reformulate this in a way which avoids the problem.
Thank you. Okay. Do you agree that the firing of stun grenades and tear gas is defined in the police as the use of non-lethal force?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And so do you agree that in the situation of the 13th, the police had been the first one to use force?
What I will say is that the police took an impromptu decision, it would seem. I don't know who that person was.
That's not necessarily the evidence. The evidence on that is not yet clear.
Yeah, that's right.
And there are various interpretations which we will be exploring in due course. But that's perhaps what one can describe as the official version. Whether the official version withstands scrutiny is a matter that's still open. But anyway, I don't think you and I need to get involved in that debate. And I don't propose to let Mr. Purple either. Mr. Semenya?
Only to say the witness cannot testify on such specificity when we know he wasn't there.
Well, Chairperson, that's a very thick...
Sorry, can I, before you get to... it's not as simple as that, Mr. Semenya, because the witness is saying, based on his understanding of what happened on Monday, the plan was conceived in a particular way. I think I'm stating his evidence correctly. The point Mr. Mpofu is trying to make is that what he understood about what happened on Monday may not be correct. But once that's stated, I don't know how much further the point can be taken. But you're quite correct. If he goes more specific than that as to what actually happened on Monday and to what extent that played a role in his plan, well then the questions aren't going to help us.
Chairperson, maybe I can express my view to this. It will hopefully clarify it. My view was that there was an illegal happening or event going on, which the police tried to restore law and order to by means of public order means. Whether decisions were made by whoever, that's not important to me, but the fact that the police tried to exert a tactical option of POPs, there was a retaliation on the police to the fact that members died and were robbed. And that is, in principle, what I had to consider a possibility of happening again on any tactical option that I proposed for a way forward to dealing with the situation in the days to come, knowing that it was not the first option that obviously we wanted to deal with, because we had two before that, being negotiating and dialogue and a show of force to try to dissuade us even having to go to a tactical option. But in essence, the plan would need a tactical option, and if it had a tactical option, I had to consider the history of the Monday and what the police had experienced at that time.
Can I put it this way? The first option was just telling them to lay down their arms.
Yes.
The second was the show of force.
That's correct.
If neither of those worked, then I take it the third one would be the use of non-lethal force, with water cannon, I think.
That's correct.
Tear gas and stun grenades. Right, that's possibly the third stage.
That's correct.
Now, what I understand you to be saying is that if you'd reached the third stage, it might have elicited the kind of response that quote, third stage, unquote, without the water cannon, had elicited on the Monday.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Do you accept that or rather, can you tell us, since this was an important component of the plan, when exactly did you regard that negotiations had failed?
Well, I think as myself, but I think as the police as well, I'd been told, I think it was on the Wednesday, that after the strikers had heard that the police were not there to bring the mine management to the Kopi and did not want to get involved in the labour relations, but were there more in the interests of law and order and having a peaceful resolution, that the strikers had said, well, then we've got nothing more to speak about. I do know that they remained on, as I say, because there was the hope of the union presidents coming to address them. On Thursday, when the razor wire was deployed, I know that the strikers did come back to the Nyalas, and what I didn't know per se in so much words was what Mr. Nzuza, part of the party of leaders of the strikers, actually mentions in his statement, that on that approach the police actually requested them again.
Exhibit?
It's from Mr. Nzuza's statement. It's exhibit HH21.
Thank you. Page? Paragraph?
I'm going to get there in a moment, Chairperson. Just want to find it. It's page 5, paragraph 17. And if I read it, on the 16th of August 2012, I arrived before 9 o'clock as we were expecting Mr. Matunjwa. He only arrived at about midday, and he informed us that he had not been allowed into a meeting between the management and the NUM, and that the management had failed to meet with him. And then he says the word before, and he's referring obviously to that midday. Before him, being Mr. Matunjwa, the police had called the 5 Madoda and repeated their request for friendship. This time there were about 4 Nyalas towing barbed wire. We pointed out we needed access to Nkaneng. But even there the police is still trying, and I know that we would have continued trying at all costs to try and resolve this in any other way other than having to go to a tactical option. And that's where he's stating again, repeated the request for friendship.
Yes. Colonel, honestly, all I want from you is, would it be fair to say that let's call it the Matunjwa effort, was regarded by you as part of the efforts that needed to be exhausted before stage 3 could be rolled out? That it was part of generally what you defined as the negotiations. I accept that it was not the same negotiations as were being done by McIntosh and so on, but that it was part of the efforts. Maybe let's leave it at that.
I do believe that to be so. I'm not sure at what stage, though, once the relationship or the verbal dialogue between police and mine management and Mr. Matunjwa ended, whether that was still common knowledge then to the police of exactly what was going on. But I do agree that Mr. Matunjwa was still part of the process to bring about peaceful resolution.
Yes, so much so that, and if I have to play the video, I will. It's quite short. That, is it Brigadier Khalid?
The operational commander.
Yes.
Yes.
That Brigadier Khalid had a conversation with Mr. Matunjwa. When he finished his first address, Mr. Matunjwa came to him and said, I'm now going to management and so on and so on. And Brigadier Khalid said, we will wait for them to come back to Mr. Kolim Ngambi, who's the ETV anchor, who was asking what's going on. So we'll wait for them to come back. In other words, the police placed store in the fact that Mr. Matunjwa was going to come back a second time as part of all the efforts and the first resorts, if there's such a thing, before the last resort could be resorted to.
Well, I believe what you're saying. I've seen that part of the video as well. Yes, I think Brigadier Khalid's mindset is the same. There's still hope of Mr. Matunjwa resolving the situation.
Yes.
We know what happened. We know that the operation, if one can call it that, only began when the uncoiling of the wire only began after Mr. Matunjwa left after his second visit. And we in fact see that from slide 193. We see Mr. Matunjwa's vehicle leaving the area, and we also see immediately thereafter the barbed wire being uncoiled as a barrier, as it is described in the narrative at the foot of that slide. So it's quite clear that nothing was done as far as uncoiling the wire and moving forward on the peace side until the end of Mr. Matunjwa's second visit, very shortly after the end of the second visit, but that's clearly the evidence.
Yes.
No, but yes, that's fine. But the point is that negotiation effort by Mr. Matunjwa, or rather, as the chairperson has said to you, the operation was, stage 3 was started immediately as Mr. Matunjwa was leaving, correct?
He was given the opportunity to leave first, yes.
Yes. And as he was leaving on the same slide, part of the crowd was leaving as well, correct?
Yes, I can see that.
And as he was leaving, actually the whole mountain, I think it's called...
No, Mr. Mpofu, you're now dealing with what happened at that time. We can see it from the slides. We've had direct evidence on it. I can understand you're asking the witness questions about the plan, his philosophy of the plan, and all that kind of thing. But I don't think time is profitably spent in questioning him about matters upon which we can be equally wise based upon direct evidence from people who were there and the slides and photographs and so on and video clips which are available. So,
well, okay, can we try and spend the time profitably in the following way? If indeed Mr. Matunjwa's effort was one of the, or the outcome thereof really, which is more important, was one of the sine qua non, was one of the preconditions for the rollout of phase 3, would it be fair that one would have expected to see the outcome? As far as the plan is concerned.
Okay, as long as you're asking about the plan.
That's all I'm asking. I'm saying from your plan, you've said that one of the philosophical foundations of your plan was that stage 3 must only be rolled out once it's clear that the negotiations have failed, correct?
Yes.
From that answer, then you would have wanted to know whether Mr. Matunjwa's effort has succeeded or failed, correct?
Yes, that's also so.
Thank you.
But I just want to state that maybe the point that needs to be made is that I'm not a decision maker. And that's what I tried to say at the beginning when you went down this line of questioning.
Yes, Sorry, no, I accept that, Colonel. Please, you must trust me on that. I accept that. That's why I'm talking about from the planning point of view. that once the negotiations have failed, failure is something that is determinable, failure of success. Do you understand that?
I do, and again, Chairperson, if I may just respond in the sense that if Mr. Matunjwa had come back to Brigadier Carlitz, which he did do after he spoke to the group for the last time, and said, we have now an agreement or something positive for that matter, I'm very sure that Brigadier Carlitz would have got on the radio to tell the Jock, hang on a second, we have a positive situation developing.
Do you think
that's a matter that Brigadier Carlitz can tell us about? One of the points that, of course, arises that he will be asked, but I don't think you can deal with it. Inasmuch as some people were going away, it might well be argued he should have waited a bit longer to see whether other people went away. But that's a question for him. I don't know that you can answer it one way or the other. And if you do, I'm not sure that your evidence means anything. And Mpofu has laid the foundation for the question he's going to ask Brigadier Carlitz. Mr. Mpofu, should we move on?
Yeah. Yeah, you've already answered the question about the other voluntary assumption, or rather assumption, philosophical assumption. As it happened, that the assumption about one group refusing to leave the copy and another group staying didn't materialize in that everybody left, correct?
Not an argument about what actually happened.
No, it's not. There's no evidence that anyone remained at the copy.
I know that, but
in the past 12
you're
months.
asking a question about what happened. That's a matter for argument, I understand. It's an argument, it's a question for those who were there, but I'm not sure he can add any value by answering your question.
Well, Chairperson, with greatest respect, if someone has said that I've made an assumption that certain people were going to remain at the copy and others were going to leave, are we suggesting that sitting there now he doesn't know whether that assumption materialized or not? The man of his stature, the nodal point, the planner, the architect. No.
It's not a matter of which he has direct knowledge. The knowledge he has is the same as the knowledge we have, based upon what other people have said and on the photographs and the slides.
That's fine.
And the
Thank
videos.
you, Chairperson.
The argument is open to you. But you don't have to get him to confirm it before you advance the argument.
Another philosophical assumption that you had was that that stage 3 would be rolled out if there was an escalation in violence, correct?
Yes.
And that escalation in violence had also not materialized by the time you rolled out stage 3, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And in fact, from what we know, and I know you don't have personal knowledge, between the 14th and the 15th, there was a period of relative quiet, correct?
I agree with you, other than just the death of Mr. Twala on the Tuesday.
14th, yes, correct. Okay. Is it also correct that according to your plan, the NIU and the STF would only fire their guns if they perceived that the TRT's lives were in danger, correct?
No. The TRT could protect themselves.
Okay, I'll have to look for the slide, sorry.
But I'm just stating, I think in the essence of the plan, the public order policemen were the people that had the lesser capability of protecting their lives against a potentially lethal attack. So the line directly behind them was the TRT line, and the NIU SDF line was behind the TRT line. But in saying that, there's no reason why an SDF or NIU member does not respond in private defense of another police official, media person, or any other innocent person which may be.
Was it necessary for them to do so if the TRT people were able to handle the situation?
No, Chairperson. If it was handled, it was handled. So it would not be necessary, therefore, for others to intervene.
Chairperson, if you'll please bear with me. Okay, I'll find the slide, but
What are you looking for, Mr. Mpofu?
Where it says that the STF and NIU would respond only if the lives of the people of the TRT were under threat. It is an...
Perhaps one of the co-authors of L can find it for us. You know what it is that Mr. Mpofu wants. Can you find it for us?
Chairperson, there's possibly slide 140 in stage 2. And the second bullet in comments.
Yes.
The SDF and
that's one of them, yes.
You see, the important point of both 140, if I'm stealing Mr. Mpofu's thunder, I hope he'll forgive me. The important point of slides 140 and 141 is that it appears that the SDF and the NIU were only to respond to defend others on command of the operational commander.
That's correct.
As I understand it, if I'm wrong, I hope you'll correct me. The TRT, if they thought it was necessary to act for purposes of self-defense or private defense, didn't require a command. They were entitled to act on their own initiative, as it were, for that purpose. But it does appear that that wasn't the case for the NIU and the SDF. If they were going to act obviously in private defense, presumably they could, if they had to act in self-defense, it would be a different matter. But if they were going to act in private defense, they required command of the operational command. Is that distinction correct?
Chairperson, that's the reason it's in these slides where it is it's part of stage 2 or phase 2, and the SDF and NIU are not positioned at the neutral area. They're in the immediate reaction areas. So the operational commander, feeling that the threat was too great for that matter, the TRT to respond effectively to, would then call in from either the north or the south immediate reaction area, the NIU or the SDF, to come and assist. So it's in that context that the operational commander makes that decision, and not in a stage 3 or a phase 3.
No, but do you accept that the media would be in the so-called neutral area and facing any danger according to the plan only when the stage 3 situation was happening?
No, and that's why stage 2's contingency is the deploying of the razor wire.
No, I understand that.
So that the barriers are formed. Okay.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, continue. No, I'm stating that if obviously the police on ground, and that's why we had a police communication liaison officer on ground, and I think it was already on the Tuesday or the Wednesday, he'd actually approached the media and spoken to them about a demarcated area that he preferred the media to be at, where he would also meet them to give briefings possibly, but which he felt to be safe. And we discussed that, the safety of the media in the JOC. We knew that we couldn't limit the movement of the media, other than if a phase 3 was coming where we were going to ourselves go out with a tactical option. Then we could pre-warn them that something was going to happen and it was not safe for them to be there. But if the media was, for instance, at the striking miners and something happened, Obviously, the police commander on ground would have had to make certain decisions, impromptu decisions on how to, at that stage, if media personnel were being attacked, he would have had to send TRT members possibly to save the lives of the media at the front, etc. So there's a host of different things that could have happened in a stage 2. Understanding that stage 2 is when we felt the threat was heightened and we needed to bring in extra forces and possible defense measures like a razor wire line, which was not deployed yet, because of the anticipated threat.
Yeah, well, Colonel, all I'm asking you really is this. If you read that second bullet at 140, the STF and the NIU will respond to situations where lives are imminently threatened to assist or protect the police forces in the neutral area on command of the operational commander. That postulates the stage when the operation is at a particular level, and that's when that it will be stage 3. I know it was planned in stage 2, but I'm saying that those imminent threats were to materialize at the time when the operation was at a further stage, correct?
I can't agree with you because they were not even at the neutral area. The STF and the NIU were at the immediate reaction areas, and this is why. If they were at the neutral area, for that matter, if I'd positioned them at the neutral area, they would have had the same powers as the TRT for that matter, as any police official is mandated to do, is to save life. So if they needed to respond and they were at that area, for instance, if a STF member on an armoured vehicle could get to the front faster with his armoured vehicle, surely you would expect the STF to respond and not the TRT, who would be trying to run that distance. So for that matter, it's about saving life. But in what you're showing us on screen, the STF and the NIU are not even at that neutral area with Brigadier Carlitz.
Okay, maybe, sorry, Chairperson.
Can I interrupt you for a minute?
Yes, I was just going to say, maybe to drive the point home, really, let's look at slide 1.
Before you drive your point home, can I drive another point home? If you look at slide 211, it appears that at scene 1, no munitions were expended by members of the STF or the NIU. The only munitions that were expended there were expended by members of the POP and members of the TRT.
Yes, I see that.
What appears from subsequent slides is that when we move towards scene 2, the NIU and the STF spring into action, as it were. The circumstances presumably will be explored later in the evidence. And they expended munitions, to use the phrase, in slide 211. But as you had planned it, the initial phase, the NIU and the STF weren't going to expend any munitions, and they didn't, except on command of the operation commander, and they didn't do so. That appears to be the position. Am I correct?
The record, Chair, must show that the STF did not expend any munitions.
Did not spring into action. Yeah.
NIU didn't either. Are you talking about scene 2?
Scene 2 STF.
Yes, no, you're correct. Yes. Well, I'm not sure you're correct, but I assume you are. But anyway, as far as scene 1 is concerned, the NIU and the STF expended no munitions at all.
That's correct.
Right. And your plan was that they wouldn't, unless there was a special reason to do so, and they got a specific command to do so, and that didn't arise. Is that correct?
Well, if there were the command being somebody's being attacked, we need assistance help. So, but I doubt.
No, what you envisaged, sorry to interrupt you, was that they would act only on the command of the operation commander, and we know from, if we can accept slide 211, that they didn't expend any munitions at all at scene 1. As far as scene 2 is concerned, the NIU expended munitions. I'm looking for the relevant, sorry? Mr. Takota, as always, swings to my assistance, slide 257. The NIU expended munitions, as did K9, as did the TRT and POP, but again, the STF didn't do so.
That's correct.
That's the correct position.
Yes.
Yeah. Right, Mr. Semenya, I'm sorry, but I doubted you for a moment.
Thank you. And, well, you know that the general plan was that people should either shoot in self-defense or on command, correct?
The only
Self or
command,
private defense, I think.
Self or private defense or on command?
no, the only command, I'm not aware of any command other than what a SDF sniper is given in a hostage situation, which is then a decision taken on based on the private defense of the hostages, where the sniper is told to initiate. Other than that, there's no verbal command given to fire live ammunition at any person within the SAPS. You're either working in self-defense, private defense, or in a Section 49(2) dangerous arrest scenario.
Then why did your plan say that live ammunition could be used in self-defense or on command?
Where does the plan say live ammunition can be used on command?
Okay, it's double S something. I'll find it. I think it's SS3. Actually, it says it repeatedly. All the plans of 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. I'll find it for you. Yes. Must be SS3.
The only ammunition that's utilized in the police where command is given is an offensive public order policing action. And that we are speaking to dispersion. And that is where a section commander needs to give the command of fire for rubber bullets to be utilized.
No, okay, go to Exhibit SS3. Okay, let's go to, I think it's page 18, is it 1678. That's just an example. Paragraph 7. Okay. So it's not the slides, it's the narrative, it's just before. Sorry, I can't find other examples. I wanted to find an example. Okay, so on the 13th, just from after the beginning of that SS3, there's a heading that says South African Police Reserve Service, Rustenburg, POP.
So are you on page 13?
Yeah, there are many examples. It doesn't matter. Okay, can you go to paragraph 7 of that thing? Yeah. Anyway, use of force only on command or self-defense. Are you familiar with that?
Yes, and that's speaking very pertinently on command, as I say, to public order policing. Firstly, this plan is not written by me. Secondly, this plan is written for the public order policing, which was happening over that time, on the 10th and on the 13th, I believe.
Chair, my understanding of Standing Order 262 relates to public order management and concerns itself with the optimum use of rubber. There is nothing to read in there that they're talking about firing live ammunition.
Force, Mr. Mpofu, doesn't necessarily mean force using live ammunition.
Of
there
course,
are lesser forms of force.
Yeah, of course, but it's included.
Sorry, let's not both talk at the same time. And if this is a POP plan, not drafted by the present witness, then the passage which you refer is susceptible of the interpretation that relates to the use of non-lethal force, but it also, of course, is susceptible to the other interpretation as well. But I don't know if this is the right witness to ask questions about that topic.
Yeah. Chairperson, with respect, did you envisage that you'd use for self-defense water cannons and tear gas or lethal force.
He didn't draft this document. That's the problem. This is not a plan he drew up.
Well,
so the person who drafted the plan, drew up the plan, could be asked the question. He can't leap into the mind of the person who drafted that plan and tell us what that person intended.
Chairperson, the reflection of the plan is actually seen in point 8, which deals with the equipment, which shows it to be bulletproof shields and helmets, being public order policing, Tongfish, shotgun with rubber, and tear shots, and then sidearms.
Could use sidearms to fire live ammunition.
That's correct.
I'm not sure that's a good point.
Self-defense.
Yes. Well, also in private defense, I suppose, or for another purpose. It doesn't fall within those two. But anyway, you can't really tell us what the drafter or draftsman of this plan had in mind, I take it.
No.
Chair, if you can just bear with me.
I suggest, Mr. Mpofu, that we take a short comfort break at this stage. It is this afternoon, and you can then find what you're looking for, and we can then resume.
Yes, Chairperson.
We'll take a comfort break now for 10 minutes.
Thank you. It's there. He did talk about self-defense on his own plan on the 14th or 15th.
Commission resumes. Colonel, you're still under oath. Mr. Mpofu, I hope you had an opportunity to go through your notes and find what you were looking for.
Yes, I have, Chairperson. I'm going to move to another topic which might be challenging, but let's try, Chairperson. If not, I'll abandon it for after lunch. If the operators could assist us from... There's a video that is associated with Exhibit L90. L90.
Then M43.
But do they have this one?
They should. This is new videos of the 14th. It doesn't look like I'll read.
No, okay, I've just asked for L90 here.
I'm going to ask for this one. And then
something the witness will be able to testify about.
I don't know, Chairperson. In the sense that he's in...
He would something about to give evidence that will add value to inquiry.
doesn't have it.
No.
I will come back after lunch.
All right. Let me just say this to you because you don't have to... You'll have to trust me for now. If we have to play it, we'll do it after lunch. You know that there's a suggestion that some evidence was omitted deliberately. At least it's a suggestion that I'm going to make, and I understand that the evidence leaders might make as well.
Maybe suggestion. I don't know what you mean by evidence. That's rather vague. What precisely is the suggestion to which you're referring? There's evidence, for example, that certain video clips were omitted. That was covered in the cross-examination.
Yes, Chairperson.
There was also evidence that in the case of one at least of the slides here, the full clip was not included and an important part was left out. I don't know whether
that's exactly what I'm getting at.
It wasn't 9-0 though, it was something else.
Yes, okay, let me give you examples. You know that the evidence of Fritz giving an instruction for the stun grenade was only discovered later, correct?
Correct.
And you'd accept that that is important evidence?
Yes, I would.
Yes. You also know that the evidence of General Mbombo saying that the matter would be dealt with today, which appeared in some...
Not evidence, he hasn't given evidence yet. Well, you're referring to slide 155,
yeah, the General Mbombo's utterances that the matter would be ended today was that we were given a video which did not contain the words today at some stage, and then later we found one that did, correct?
Chair, all these matters Mr. Chaskelson covered.
Yeah, well, I've just been challenged to say, I mustn't say this. I have to give him examples now.
No. Mr. Mpofu, there are 2 points. The one is you use the phrase evidence, which is
I've
vague,
corrected that,
but you've now narrowed it and specified what it is. But the next question is the point Mr. Semenya raises, that if this is material that's already been fully covered, then I don't propose letting you cover it again. But if you're going to use this as a launching pad to another point which hasn't been covered, which will help us carry on.
That's all I'm doing, Chairperson. You also know that some of the previously unrevealed footage showed a journalist saying to Captain Adriao that this was a peaceful protest. Would you agree that this is a peaceful protest, correct?
Which one is a peaceful protest, Chair?
The peaceful protest at about 15:35 when Adra was addressing the media and saying that they are moving to stage 3. Then the journalist says to him, would you agree this is a peaceful protest? That is part of the undisclosed evidence.
The point is that we've had this already. You're just referring to things we know about already. There was a clip which was shown as part of the, I'm not sure it's accurately described as Al Jazeera, but it's some of the previously undisclosed material which was supposed to have been disclosed to the Commission in terms of undertaking from the media houses. That was shown recently, last week I think, and there we saw an exchange between Captain Adrea and a journalist, and the journalist did talk about a peaceful protest. That's what you're referring to. But now that you've referred to it, it's been identified, please ask your question that you want to ask.
All right. There is, once again, we've now found that there is a video that was shown, which I will identify if the need arises. The one with L90. You might remember it. Among other things, it shows a gentleman urinating. You remember that one?
The one with the rituals, yes.
Yes. And the point I wanted to make to you is that, and which I will demonstrate after lunch if need be, that the video that we were given is cut exactly, or not exactly, shortly after the person urinates. But we've now found a clip that shows the continuation just slightly after that, where one of the police members says that they are showing no aggression towards us.
I can intervene at this point. Do you know what Mr. Mpofu was talking about? Have you seen the video clip to which he's now referring, which contains the statement by a policeman, which was not part of slide 90?
Chairperson, I know of the videos. I know they were covered last year. We did put them in. We just wanted to show the parts of the rituals that had been observed. Obviously, trying to put it together. Not with any malice, just wanting to show that.
I know. But the question Mr. Mpofu asked suggests to you that this particular video, which is a clip, which is slide 90, continues with a part that's not a section that's not part of Exhibit L, where a policeman says they
show no aggression towards us.
Aggression towards us. Are you able to confirm that that is so?
I can't confirm. I can't remember it, but if it's there, I'm sure you will show it. I don't recall hearing it now.
Yes, I will show it. I'm getting assistance, but all I want to say, that's all I was saying, trust me, assume that I'm going to show it. If a video is cut just at the point at which, with only really 2 or 3 seconds to go, but containing the words of a policeman who says they show no aggression towards us, would you also agree that that would be crucial evidence which was cut off? I'm not even suggesting deliberately or indeliberately at this stage.
Well, you're talking about Exhibit L, and Exhibit L is trying to show in that slide the rituals as we put it there. The fact that was said, I don't recall. You're probably right that it is there. It was not part of the objective to show in that slide. However, all that footage is submitted to the Commission. And I know Mr. Chaskiston showed it in its full length after Exhibit L was because he picked up an issue that we custom-made videos, if one would, being the presentation, us not seeing it as evidence, just to enlighten the Commission. So the fact that you're saying it's critical evidence, it's on the Tuesday, the police have just moved into position, it's a police official saying then something in the lines of, as you've said, they don't seem to be showing aggression to us. I wouldn't have deemed that as critical evidence. I can see what you're saying, that it is evidence, but I mean, to say it's critical evidence on a Tuesday when we were trying to just show the rituals being shown, I can't agree with that.
now. Get done with
Have you got it?
Yeah, it's here.
Yeah. I'll ask something else. I'm sorry, Chairperson. All right. While that is being done, I just want to ask you one or two things unrelated. When exactly, or was it before or after Roots that you became aware of Standing Order 262 yourself for the first time?
Hearing of it being mentioned on a Standing Order 262 name, that I'd heard. Reading the actual document only later after Roots.
Even after Roots? And so effectively, you, the architect of the plan, throughout the critical period of the 9th to the 13th in your case, to the 16th, were not familiar with Regulation 262. You had never seen it.
Standing Order.
Standing Order 262. You had not seen it.
No, and if I can just, Chairperson, as I've stated before in my evidence, there's already a new draft national instruction on Standing Order 262. Standing Order 262, again, was the predecessor of a document called Public Order Police Policy Document on Crowd Management, in which I was trained on my course.
Standing Order 262 was the successor to that document. You said predecessor.
Yes.
Successor. So there was a previous document that you were trained on.
Yes.
And I presume you're going to tell me that the main approach in that document was taken over into 262. But the details of 262 and any possible changes you weren't aware of.
No.
Thanks. And whatever changes we have to assume whatever changes might have been introduced would have been introduced in order to improve the situation of the police actions around crowd management, correct?
Well, I think we need to look at what was improved then. Maybe if you can highlight the points of what was improved, and this document can show then, because I'm not sure which points of 262 in my planning, per se, I've omitted.
You see, you're anticipating my next question, which all I'm saying is that, would you accept that if 262 was amended, those amendments would be in an effort to improve the police actions around crowd management?
I think it's a very vague question, and I would like to actually know what we are specifically talking about in order to answer that accurately for you.
That's fine. The next question is your knowledge about the National Management Forum. I don't know if that's what it's called. Senior Management Forum that took place on the 15th, evening of the 15th. Did you acquire that knowledge before or after Roots?
After.
15th of August, I'm sorry.
After Roots.
He said he was really asked about that, and he said it was only after Roots. He said when he went to Roots, he said, the whole period he was there, he didn't know anything about that. And he was asked other questions flowing from that, but his evidence on that is on the record.
At Rustenburg, Chairperson, must have been in the month of November.
The commission had already started?
Yes.
The commission had already started?
Yes, sir.
And I think Exhibit L had already been presented. Is that correct?
I'm not sure
as far as I
before or after, but
around about that time.
Yeah, but I noticed somebody had mentioned it in the little office, because that's where we used to sit quite often, in Rustenburg, in the police office down in the basement. So that's where I got to hear of it the first time.
Who told you?
I'm not sure, but could have. I don't want to put a name to it, Chairperson.
Was it someone of the same rank as you, or someone junior rank to you, or someone senior rank to you?
I'm speculating. It may have been in conversation with Brigadier Pretorius. I'm not sure though.
And when you were told about that meeting, were you told in the context of saying that the decision to move to stage 3 was taken on the 15th already in the evening?
I can remember them. It was said that there was a meeting that was held on that 15th, and that there were minutes, and somebody had read the minutes, and this is why I say we didn't have a copy of minutes or anything. It was going on hearsay that a decision had been taken already the previous day.
Yes, thank you. Is it just a coincidence? Oh, sorry, I'm just going back to the issue of exhausting of negotiations. Do you know that one of the efforts to try and facilitate negotiations was done by Bishop Matunjwa, correct?
No, Mr. Matunjwa is, as far as I'm aware, although he does quote scripture occasionally, he's an unordained layman.
He is.
You're either referring to Mr. Matunjwa, the president of AMCU, or you're referring to Bishop Sioka, who is an ordained priest in the Anglican Church, in fact, a consecrated bishop.
I think I was promoting Mr. Matunjwa and demoting the bishop.
Which of these two gentlemen do you have in mind?
The man of the cloth. We were aware that one of the efforts alongside that of Mr. Matunjwa was conducted by Bishop Sioka, correct?
No, I wasn't aware of that. And I wasn't aware until, I think at some stage when he started giving testimony, and I started trying to find his vehicle in the actual photographs to show the times that he was actually at the Kopi.
Had you not seen the article? He wrote an article shortly after the events of the 16th. There are 2 articles, as far as I remember, which were published in Business Report, which is a supplement to the Star and the Argus and the Mercury or the Daily News. The Mercury. Two quite extensive articles. And in one of them, the first one, as far as I recall, he did set out a fairly full narrative of what he'd done on the 16th. Did you not see that at all?
No, I still haven't seen that, Chairperson.
Okay. Would that then explain that the fact that that particular intervention is not mentioned anywhere in Exhibit L?
Well, yes.
Were any other police people aware of the bishop's efforts, to your knowledge?
Well, none reported it to us, and I don't know if maybe he arrived not going to the police line, and possibly while Brigadier Karlitz was at the briefing which I was giving at the 14:30 to 1500 time period. So, but it wasn't made mention to us or to me.
I think the evidence indicates he came earlier than that. And then he went to the jock. Obviously didn't enter the room where the jock was meeting, but he went to the vicinity of the jock and spoke to certain high-ranking police officials. But you weren't aware of that?
No, Chairperson.
Yes, and it was, yes, the Chairperson is quite correct, and I'm working from memory now. The occurrence book indicated that his vehicle was there at about 1340. So it is something that was recorded in the police sequence of events. Do you accept that?
Well, if it's recorded, yes. I'm not sure if it's just the vehicle that's recorded as being there, or if him by name is mentioned in the actual OB, whether the people knew who it was that was there.
Well, we also know that he had an interaction with General Mbombo, who called him Bishop.
I'm not aware of that. I wasn't aware of that, no.
So obviously follows from what you said that it wasn't mentioned the routes.
Yes. No, it wasn't, Chairperson.
And General Mbombo was present at routes, correct?
Sporadically, yes.
Yes. Now, I want to ask you about the fact that the police, on your Exhibit L and on some of the videos, on numerous occasions, it is indicated that the protesters told the police repeatedly that they were not fighting with the police. Would you agree?
If you can give me references, I know that it was maybe mentioned in the dialogue with General Mpembe on the Monday. I've heard it mentioned there.
Please find
I'm not sure that that statement that you put is correct. You say, talked about Exhibit L. There's also slide 192, which indicates that there was a threat at 1540, if this allegation in slide 192 is correct. Now, there was an earlier reference in the second bullet, 192, and of course on the I think the tape recording of Mr. Matunja's address, there's also a threat addressed or uttered in respect of a senior policeman from the homelands. So to say
the joke,
that...
you meant the joke, or the thing that people laughed at, Chairperson?
I don't remember whether it was a joke, but certainly what was said wasn't really funny.
Well, it was received as such.
Well, I don't know about that, but anyway, the fact of the matter is that it's not correct to say that at no stage in Exhibit L or on the videos is any aggression or anything of that sort directed against the police. And it's also not correct to say, although you haven't said it in direct terms, that there were no threats ever uttered against the police or particular policemen, because that's not borne out by the evidence before us. But perhaps,
and that's why I did
in the light of what I said, perhaps you can rephrase the question. Well, I understand you're trying to make a point. I don't want to stop you from making the point. I just want to stop you from making it on a basis which is, to some extent, I'm not suggesting even you're doing it deliberately, but to some extent misleading. But I'm sure you were able to rephrase the question in a way which meets the point I've raised and conveys the point you want to make.
Well, Chairperson, not only am I not doing deliberately, I didn't do it. I'd never said to the witness that no threats were made and all what the Chairperson has put whatsoever. All I've said...
Talk about Exhibit L as I understand it.
No.
And there are things in Exhibit L which go the other way.
All I've said to you, Colonel, I haven't said anything about threats or whatever, is that the evidence that is both in Exhibit L and on the videos is that the protesters had said repeatedly to the police that their fight was not with the police. Yes? Are you aware of it or not? Nothing about threats.
As I said, I'm only aware of something like that being mentioned on the Monday when General Mpembe was addressing the group at the railway line.
Chairperson, I'm sorry, I've just lost my references. I've got 3 references of this. All right, it will be found. I will come back to it now. But to your knowledge, and according to your evidence, the copy was a place where the protesters felt safe, correct?
Sorry, I didn't. The copy was a place where the protesters
felt safe.
Felt safe.
Yeah.
I don't know about them feeling safe there. We were happy that they were congregating there because it was not in an environment where anything could be destroyed for that matter, or close to environments where unwanted people from their context would come together as well. So for the police's sake, it was a convenient area.
Yes, okay. Well, it's your evidence at page 13708 that the copies were, you knew that the copies were, they felt safe. Are you now saying you didn't know that?
I knew that they felt safe at the copies.
Yes. Okay.
Where's that?
At page 13708.
Perhaps you could read the passage to us, Mr.
Yes, I will, Chairperson.
While he's looking at the passage, I take it.
I found it.
It's a fair assumption that they did think they were safe there. And in your point of view, there had been attacks upon, in some cases fatal attacks on people who weren't complying with the unprotected strike, and property was damaged. None of that could presumably happen if it was being done by people on the copy, as long as they were on the copy. So to that extent, on the police side, the kind of murder and mayhem that had taken place earlier wasn't happening and couldn't happen while they were on the copy.
That's correct.
And equally, of course, they had been involved in an incident at the NUM office on the Saturday. Two of their people were wounded. That, of course, couldn't happen either while they were on the copy. So to that extent, they were safe also. So it was, as long as they were on the copy, even though they had, some of them had dangerous weapons, the kind of violent action that had taken place earlier had come to an end, for the time being at least. That must be right.
That sounds right. Yes, Chairperson.
Oh, so you agree now that the copy was a place that...
Yeah, I don't think I've said that though.
I just asked him those questions while you were looking for the passage. Have you now found it?
Oh, yes. Well, no, I thought if you agreed it would no longer be necessary. But, okay, you said at 13708 that Mr. Semenya says to you, the other criticism to the plan is that you ought to have occupied the copy in the morning so that the strikers would not come and gather there and so on. Then you say, yes, and to me, that would have not been an option. At the copy, it was an environment that the strikers felt safe. Do you remember saying that?
But the full context of that is that not speaking to why they would not go back to their residences overnight, because the police may go and identify and pick them up at their residence.
And I'm sorry to be jumping from topic to topic, but just I found the reference of slide 97.
Can we tidy up that one criticism? Because if the witness is correct...
Yes. I think Mr. Semenya is right. Otherwise, this point is kept dangling in the air, as it were. Perhaps we should finish the...
I don't intend to bring it to the ground at any stage, Chairperson.
You want to leave it dangling in the air? No, I think Mr. Semenya is entitled to get it sorted out, unless he wants to do it.
Yeah, but you can't force me to ask questions I don't want to ask. I'm finished with that topic. Okay, can you go to slide 97? He can tidy it up and bring it to earth and re-examination, Chairperson. Paragraph 97, you say in the first bullet, the representatives said that they had no fight with the police and that their members of AMCU had been shot and killed by... slide 97, L97, sorry, here. And that their members had been shot and killed by persons of NUM, the mine security, and the police. Do you remember that being a point that was made, that they said they had no fight with the police, at least on that occasion?
Well, as I've maintained from the outset, Exhibit L, or the police presentation, was meant to be as objective as it could be, and I think this is proof of that. The critique that we've received about videos and the like has not been intentional, and many times where there may be faults shown out can be attributed to the fact that we didn't have access to all the different parties which those which have critiqued us have, or to the same footage that they have. But in the same light, I see that written here, and it was placed in because what was is what was, and if that's what was said, that's what was said, and it was placed into the presentation.
And the police were also aware, as shown in slide 114, that the protesters did not want to surrender their weapons as they alleged that they needed them for protection against members of NUM, correct?
Yes, it's also reflected there.
And you also knew that the strikers said that all they wanted was for management to come and address them, correct?
Well, they didn't say that to me, but that's what I'd heard they were saying to our negotiators.
That's what you understood. And you don't know of any efforts on the part of the police to put pressure, as it were, on management to address the strikers so that the situation could be...
Just the witness to ask that question of. I can understand it's a point of criticism, which you will obviously be able to deal with when you deal with high-ranking official generals and others who were actually in contact with people from London. But unless we know that this witness was involved in negotiations and discussions with London, I don't see how this question can take it any further. Anything he knows on the subject would be hearsay, but we would get far more satisfactory evidence of direct nature. I mean, you can ask, for example, General Mpembe, who will be coming back. You will have an opportunity to cross-examine him. And he was, as far as we understand, in direct contact with officials from London. And we also know from the transcript that was given that General Mbombo was in discussions on a Tuesday with people from London. You could ask her about it as well. I don't know any values to be derived from asking this witness about that.
Well, if Chairperson, that is your view, I won't pursue it, but I'm obviously asking it from the point of view of someone who has agreed that one of the philosophical foundations of his plan was that the two sides, or rather even forget about the two sides, but that the situation should be de-escalated before any violence could be meted out. But it's fine.
He said that you got succeeded in getting that.
Yes, no, I'm just showing you the relevance of this particular witness to it. But I'll leave it here. Regarding what Mr. Ntsabeza said was the review meeting, or let's call it let's not call it review meeting.
I think you're referring to the work session in Pretoria.
Yeah, the work session. Regarding the work session, are you aware that, or whether there was a report which, after the work session, concluded that the police did not comply with the prescripts? Are you aware of any such?
I'm not aware of any report being drafted or handed in.
I understand that the evidence leaders have requested certain documentation in respect to that work session, the call-up, the report, if any, and so forth. If there is anything of the kind, I trust we will get it. So we'll have direct evidence on the point. So you don't have to fear that point relates to a stone that will be left unturned.
Chair, also that question assumes a fact not in evidence. I say that question assumes a fact not in evidence.
Well, I said if the report, if any.
I'm saying the question by Mr. Mpofu.
I've brushed aside his questions, don't worry about it. He'll move on to something, I'm sure, more directly relevant.
All right.
Simpofu, would it assist you if we took the lunch adjournment earlier and resumed again at, say, 10 to 2? Well, we would normally resume...
Yes, it will assist me, Chairperson.
At quarter to 2, but if we took the lunch adjournment now and resumed at, say, 25 to 2, we wouldn't lose any time, but you may get a chance to go through your notes and find the slides and video clips and so on you need. It's an offer you don't have to accept, but if it will be of assistance, I tender it to you.
Okay, Chairperson, may I not accept it immediately? The
offers rejected, you fall away.
Yes, at least it's not a counter offer, Chairperson. What I'm trying to do is just to tidy up the small things. There's just one discrete topic which I don't want to start with before lunch. So if you allow me, I know that I'm jumping from place to place.
Continue with your housework, tidying up the small little points.
Yes, there's just tidying up the smaller points. Colonel, of course, one of the the standpoints taken by the police, of which you are aware, is that the fatal shooting, at least at scene 1, was not done as a response to any specific instruction. Would that be a fair summary?
As in, there was no order to shoot given, yes.
Yeah. And you know that that is something that we have contested, pointing out, for example, to Mr. Botias saying that he had the words engage, engage, engage. And I'm not going to debate with you, but you know that we don't accept that there was no instruction.
Well, I accept that that's your view, yes, that you don't accept that.
Yes. Now, if you go to Triple G 7... I'm sorry.
Yeah, one must understand that Reader Carlos is dealing with public order policing members, and he's speaking over a radio system which only commanders have. So even that line of TRT members on ground does not have the radio system to hear Brigadier Carlos necessarily saying engage, for that matter. You would have one or maybe two of their commanders would have had a radio.
Yes, but be that as it may, if you go to Triple G 17, which is Vermaak statement, Lieutenant, I think, yeah. The one who starts the statement by saying, I guess, a vet man. Sorry, yeah. That one.
Sorry, Simpofu, which paragraph do you wish to refer to?
It's paragraph 7, Chairperson.
It's in Afrikaans?
It's in Afrikaans. It's paragraph 2 that says, I guess, a vet man.
Hang on. Yeah. Which part of... Yes, no, we don't need to go there now. What section of paragraph 7 do you want?
The first part, and I'm going to,
which sentences do you want to put to the witness?
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is the fourth sentence or the first 4 sentences?
Just before groepe, Chairperson.
Yes. The sentence beginning ek weer, I take it the head's missing.
Yes.
It reads ek weer Brigadier Carlos opdrag herhaal uit die helikopter waarop ek gesien het dat die lewe optree. I'm not quite sure what there's some words missing, but it says literally, it says I again must be heard.
I'm sorry, Chairperson, to interrupt you. I was saying from the beginning of
the beginning up to there. I see.
Up to there,
yes.
Okay.
I would endeavour to translate. The group moved backwards and again regrouped on the other side of the kraal, photo 1516, and the policemen again, and attacked the policemen again, I think that would be, at approximately 15:55. It was clear, it had been clearly seen really, from the air that the group was not going to surrender or yield. Brigadier Karlitz again gave the members the instruction to launch an operation. It almost appeared as if the members did not hear. In view of the incident on Monday the 13th of August, where the two police members under the helicopter had been stopped to death, I realized that the members would have to act in order to protect themselves. Probably as Eket, I again repeated Brigadier Karlitz's instruction from out of the helicopter, whereupon I saw that the members were acting. Will you want to translate?
Thank you, Chairperson. In other words, according to that section, when the strikers allegedly attacked, Brigadier Karlitz gave an instruction for an action to be taken, and then when Farlam was of the view that the members might not have had that instruction, he repeated it, after which the action was taken. Would you agree with that?
I agree, that's what he's saying. He repeated the instruction, noticing that I'm not sure if he's speaking to the public order people or not.
And then after that he says, sorry, I've misled the chairperson. After that he says then, after that...
You want to translate the next sentence?
Groepe, yes.
Groups, brackets, attackers, photo 1517, ran away in the direction of the squatters' houses adjacent to the scene. At 15:58, we flew over the scene and noticed that a number of people were lying on the ground.
Yes. Thank you. So, what seems to come out of that paragraph is that the people attacked, an order was given for action to be taken. It was probably not heard, it was repeated by Farlam, and thereafter people were running and others were lying on the ground. Correct?
The answer is yes, that's what appears there, what I translated. Yeah. The answer is yes, but what's your question based on that?
Well, my question is that between the so-called attack and the people lying on the ground, it looks like at least two instructions were given for the action to be taken. Would you agree?
What I want to just highlight is that Colonel Farlam is not mentioning that he reflected the words engage, engage, engage as you've put out. We know that Brigadier Karlitz did say those words, but Brigadier Karlitz also did try to put an organized movement of public order policing member forward. Those words engage are simply part of the instructions he was giving. He was trying to organize the POP force. And at no place here is Colonel Farlam mentioning that he is telling people to engage, and he needs to be obviously questioned himself, but I'm sure he's actually relaying the commands that Brigadier Karlitz has been giving to the members on the ground to start moving and the vehicles to move and whatever action he had in mind, tactical option he had in mind.
So, are you being serious? So you're saying when he says he gave an updraft...
Mr. Mpofu, how do we derive value from asking this witness these questions? This is based upon a statement made by Lieutenant Colonel Farlam, who will testify. He states what he heard Brigadier Karlitz saying and says he repeated it. Brigadier Karlitz is going to give evidence. I mean, this is... I don't see how it helps to ask this witness anything about it.
Chairperson, this is the last time I'm going to do this, but I'm saying it for the last time. This witness has testified in this commission that all this information was collated and brought to him. That on the basis of all this information, including this statement from Farlam, he compiled things like Exhibit L. So how this witness, who else is going to answer then
I'm sorry to interrupt.
On this question?
If you want to ask him why this wasn't in L, you can do so.
Chairperson, can we take the lunch break?
No, is that what you want to ask?
No.
What do you want to ask him about it then?
No, it's...
no, look. I don't want to force you to ask a question you don't want to ask. But and I don't want you to ask questions that just going to be a waste of time.
I find it frustrating that when I've made it repeatedly clear to the witness that I'm only asking him from the point of view of the plan. I'm obviously not asking him to answer about statements he was not party of. I'm only asking him from the point of view of the plan and his compilation of Exhibit L, which is why I said, for example, why was the bishop's involvement not in Exhibit L? I'm not saying he was there with the bishop. I'm not saying he was aware of it.
I understand that. If you want to ask him why it's not Exhibit L, you can ask him. Why is this not in Exhibit L?
I wasn't aware that Colonel Vermaak had repeated the instructions given by Brigadier Karlitz, for that matter. I see it in his statement. I don't remember it pertinently over the radio being done. Again, I'm saying it's not that it wasn't said. I mean, there was a half an hour odd of radio communications, but I don't remember every word of that. But again, I don't see with Vermaak's having repeated Brigadier Karlitz's instructions how that would have warranted a place in a limited slideshow.
You don't think that the question as to whether or not there was an instruction immediately before there were bodies lying on the ground could find a place in your busy slide?
Are you trying to allude to the fact that somebody gave an instruction that they should open fire with sharp point ammunition? Because that never happened. The instructions were given to public order policing members.
Thanks, Chairperson. Can we take the lunch?
All right, we'll take the lunch adjournment at this stage and resume about 1:45.